Before the first flames were kindled, before the lands between took their name, the Erdtree stood as the axis of a perfect world. It did not rise as a mere plant or natural wonder, but as the manifestation of cosmic will, a living monument to order itself. From its trunk radiated the gentle brilliance of grace, an unseen current that tethered gods and mortals alike to a single divine rhythm. The air beneath its branches shimmered with gold, and the very ground pulsed faintly, as though the veins of the world carried liquid light instead of blood. To look upon the Erdtree in its prime was to see eternity condensed into form, a being both alive and absolute, born not of soil but of purpose. The greater will, that distant and voiceless outer god, had chosen the lands between as the vessel of its grand design. Through the Elden Ring, a metaphysical code of perfect order, it wove laws into the fabric of reality, life and death, strength and grace, time and decay. Yet it was through the Erdtree that these laws took root. The tree was both conduit and symbol, the visible expression of an invisible decree. Every leaf that caught the sun's light was said to carry a fragment of divine law, every falling petal a whispered echo of the ring's unseen geometry. To the early peoples of the lands between, the tree was not worshipped in metaphor, it was literally their god. Its light nourished their crops, its roots gave birth to springs of gold, and when they died, their souls ascended into its glow, returning to the great cycle of grace. To understand this age, we must first remember that the Erdtree's light was never merely illumination. It was governance, an assertion of divine control over every living thing. When a tarnished prayed for guidance, the rays that answered were not expressions of compassion, but directives from a cosmic hierarchy. The light did not love, it ordered. The Erdtree's brilliance masked this truth, for to live beneath its glow was to forget the possibility of shadow. The people saw peace and called it paradise, unaware that the Golden Age was built upon the quiet erasure of all that defied harmony. And yet, beneath the shimmering perfection, the tree's earliest form held a secret that the later church would come to suppress. Before it was gold, it was many things. In the age of the Crucible, when the Erdtree was still young and chaotic, its roots teemed with primal life, scales, feathers, horns, and forms uncountable. This was a time when the tree's vitality was wild and inclusive, when creation had not yet been disciplined by law. The Crucible Knights still bear this mark, their armor engraved with vestiges of that ancient chaos, proof that the Erdtree's beginning was not divine perfection, but unfiltered nature. When Marika's reign began, that diversity was purged, recast as heresy. The golden light was chosen over the raw and multiform. The Erdtree became a symbol not of life's abundance but of its regulation. In that first age of untainted grace, Marika rose as the tree's living shadow. The Numen Queen, chosen vessel of the greater will, was bound to the Elden Ring and thus to the Erdtree's destiny. Through her, the tree gained not only a divine ruler but a human face. Her consort Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, became the instrument through which order was spread by war, a paradox that the tree itself seemed to sanction. To preserve peace, conquest was required. To enforce unity, difference had to be silenced. The golden light, pure and radiant, was already built upon sacrifice. In the long corridors of the Erdtree's temples, the scent of incense mingled with that of old blood. For every age of glory hides a cost it refuses to name. Those early centuries came to define the metaphysical center of the lands between. The tree did not simply dominate the skyline, it defined what reality could be. The concept of death itself was rewritten under its shade. Spirits that might have passed into some natural afterlife were instead drawn back into its luminous roots, reconstituted as part of the divine cycle. The Erdtree consumed its dead, transmuting mortality into grace. To the faithful, this was salvation. To those who understood the deeper mechanism, it was a kind of imprisonment, an endless recycling of souls within the Order's golden machinery. Life was no longer a singular journey, but an eternal return to obedience. When the people sang hymns to the Erdtree, they were not merely worshipping light, they were reaffirming the structure of their existence. Their faith was their leash, their devotion their boundary. But in that time, few could conceive of rebellion. The tree's presence was so absolute that to imagine a world without it was unthinkable. Travelers spoke of nights when the golden aura stretched across every horizon, when even the stars seemed to dim out of reverence or submission. The Erdtree was the sun, the moon, and the law combined. To defy it was to defy the natural order itself. Yet there were whispers, faint, heretical musings from scholars and sages who claimed that the Erdtree's brilliance was not eternal, but fed from something older. Beneath the capital, they said, the roots drank from a buried spring, not of gold but of rot, as though the tree's purity depended upon a hidden decay. Some claimed to see faces in the bark, the trapped visages of ancient spirits absorbed into its mass. Whether these were visions or truths mattered little, for even rumor against the Erdtree was considered blasphemy. Still, the idea lingered like a seed caught beneath the nails of history, that the tree's perfection was sustained by what it concealed. Perhaps this is why Marika, in her later years, grew distant from the greater will. She, who once embodied divine harmony, began to perceive the hollowness beneath the order she had preserved. In her acts of defiance, the shattering of the ring, the concealment of truth, we may glimpse the moment when faith became reflection and reflection became rebellion, but that story lies far ahead, beyond the golden calm of the First Age. For now we remain in that early dawn, when the tree's branches still gleamed with unblemished light and the people still believed that grace was love. The Erdtree stood as an unchallenged god, and its golden leaves fell upon a world too entranced to see its own captivity. Yet even in that perfect stillness, the roots were moving, searching deeper into the dark. Something beneath the surface was beginning to stir, something that would one day reveal that the true meaning of the Erdtree was never simply about order or divinity, but about the fragile boundary between creation and control. And as the golden leaves drifted like silent prayers across the fields of the lands between, the first shadow of doubt took root in the hearts of those who knelt beneath them, faint, imperceptible, but inevitable. For every perfect light must cast a hidden darkness, and the Erdtree, though radiant beyond comprehension, was no exception. In the centuries that followed the Erdtree's first blooming, the lands between settled into an age of shining law. The tree's light, unyielding and eternal, spread through every kingdom and every soul. Its radiance became the architecture of reality, a network of unseen filaments binding heaven and earth. To live beneath that golden canopy was to exist inside the dream of a god, one without edges, where everything had its ordained place and every motion served a purpose, set long before memory began. And yet, as with all dreams, beauty concealed its boundaries. At the center of this radiant system stood Queen Marika, both mortal and divine. She was chosen not merely for her strength but for her capacity to embody contradiction, the mortal form through which immortality could act. In her reign, the Elden Ring was both crown and burden. It circled her heart like an unseen chain, its laws radiating outward through her very being. She was not free, though her people called her goddess. Every act of creation passed through her hands, every decree of the greater will echoed in her voice. The Erdtree's golden grace pulsed through her veins, and in that light she was both mother and warden of the world. Godfrey, her first consort, became the living arm of that same order. His wars were not seen as acts of conquest, but of purification, the spreading of grace through sword and blood. In the Erdtree's doctrine, violence committed in service to order was sanctified. The expansion of the Golden Realm, the subjugation of distant tribes, even the silencing of rival faiths were woven into a single narrative of divine necessity. To question this was to question life itself, for all life was said to come from the tree. Thus the lands between prospered, bathed in a peace brought by the erasure of all who stood apart from the golden law. It is difficult for us now to imagine what that peace felt like, a world where suffering had no language, because even pain was said to serve a higher purpose. Death was no longer an end but a transformation. The Erdtree absorbed the souls of the departed, distilling them into golden sap that nourished its endless life. Priests taught that to die beneath the tree was to be chosen, and that the glimmering motes drifting through the air at dusk were the souls of the faithful ascending into grace. They did not see the tragedy hidden in this doctrine, that individuality itself was being consumed, that the will of the dead was dissolved into the greater will of the divine. From this theology arose the Church of Vows, whose clerics maintained the bridges between mortal kingdoms and celestial decrees. Their rituals were not prayers in the mortal sense, but acts of alignment. Each gesture, each offering, an attempt to synchronize the human heart with the rhythm of the Elden Ring. The very architecture of their cathedrals imitated the geometry of divine law, columns spiraling like branches, light filtered through gold leaf glass to mimic the tree's canopy. Through art and devotion, they sought to make the invisible visible, unaware that they were recreating a prison with beauty as its bars. As the Erdtree's influence deepened, grace itself began to shape the destinies of men. Those touched by its radiance were marked, guided by glowing trails of light that led them through battle, through love, through death. They called this gift guidance, but it was also control. A soul under grace could no longer choose freely. Every path was a line traced by divine design, yet to be guided was to be blessed, and so none complained. The Golden Age depended on this quiet surrender, this belief that obedience was peace, but even within perfection, entropy waits. The first cracks appeared not in the tree's roots or branches, but in the minds of those who sought to understand it. Scholars began to ask questions the church could not easily silence. How could the tree sustain eternal life without draining something else? Why did certain souls refuse the call of grace, lingering as restless spirits beyond the reach of the light? And what of those born without the golden blessing, the misbegotten, the omen, the crucible-born who carried remnants of the tree's untamed origins? Were they not also part of creation? The answers came in whispers, then in blood. The early Inquisition, sanctioned by Marika herself, hunted those whose bodies or beliefs contradicted divine symmetry. The omens were sealed away beneath the capital, their horns and tails branded as signs of primordial impurity. The Crucible Knights, once revered as guardians of life's earliest form, were exiled to remote frontiers. The church called these acts purification, but in truth, they were acts of fear, for beneath the Order's flawless surface, the gods sensed something stirring, a memory of the tree's wild beginning, when creation had not yet been narrowed into law. The Erdtree's roots stretched deeper with every century, tunneling through rock and ruin, reaching for the buried remnants of the world that came before. Those who lived close to these roots reported strange visions, dreams of molten sap flowing backward, of voices murmuring in languages older than the Golden Order itself. Some said the roots drank not only water and light, but the very memories of the dead. The priests dismissed these tales as superstition. Yet they kept records of the dreamers and quietly removed them from the capital. For even in paradise, the fear of contamination lingered. To understand the birth of divine order is to understand the birth of silence. The Erdtree's reign demanded not only obedience, but forgetfulness. History before Marika was rewritten as myth. Gods before the greater will were cast as demons. The tree was said to have always existed, its light eternal and unchanging. Yet fragments of older songs, chants remembered by the nomadic tribes, carvings in ruined stone, told of a world lit by flame before it was crowned by gold. They spoke of a time when gods walked among men not as rulers, but as equals. Such memories were dangerous, for they implied that the Erdtree was not the beginning, but a replacement. And still the people believed, for faith is not the absence of doubt, but the choice to look away from it. The golden light soothed their hearts, lulled them into the rhythm of eternal peace. They did not see that peace had become inertia, that life without death had begun to stagnate. The Erdtree's glow brightened, even as the world beneath it grew still. The rivers ran slower, the winds seemed to hesitate among the leaves. Insects vanished from the fields, and the stars faded behind the canopy's endless shimmer. The lands between had entered an age without change, and in that perfect stillness, decay began, not of flesh, but of purpose. Marika, perhaps alone among her kind, felt the first tremors of this truth. She had fulfilled the greater will's design, unified the realms, extinguished the ancient flames, and yet the world was dying in its own perfection. The light that once brought life now cast everything in the same hue. There was no contrast, no shadow to define meaning. To exist beneath the Erdtree had become to exist within sameness. The goddess of order began to sense that the price of eternity was the death of becoming. Still, she did not yet act. Her faith, though shaken, held. The tree's golden rain continued to fall upon her temples, and the people continued to praise her name. But beneath the capital, the imprisoned omens dreamed, their slumber disturbed by whispers from the roots. And deep in the darkness, where grace did not reach, something older was beginning to stir, something that remembered a world of fire and hungered to see it burn again. The Erdtree's light still filled the sky, unbroken and absolute, yet somewhere within that radiance, a single leaf began to wither, not from age but from the faint echo of a question that no one dared speak aloud. What if the light itself was the shadow? The Golden Age endured for so long that it began to believe in its own permanence. The Erdtree towered like an unspoken promise, vast, inviolable, its light cascading through cloud and mist, as if time itself bowed before it. Yet beneath its roots, something was changing. The perfection that had defined the lands between was not eroding through violence, but through memory. For even a god's paradise cannot escape the slow entropy of forgetting, and the first shadows crept not from beyond the world, but from within the light itself. In the heart of Leyndell, the eternal city that formed the Erdtree's living altar, the priests of the Golden Order kept meticulous records of grace. They charted the flow of its light, studied the pulse of the tree's radiance, and measured the obedience of souls. But as centuries passed, their devotion became routine, their faith administrative. Gold became bureaucracy, hymns turned to policy, and where the sacred had once inspired awe, it now demanded compliance. For the first time, the light began to lose its warmth, not because it dimmed, but because it was obeyed rather than felt. To the people, this was invisible. The Erdtree still glowed, its roots still spread, and the harvest remained bountiful. Yet there were signs that all was not as it seemed. The afterglow of grace, once described as soft and fluid, began to harden into a brittle brilliance. The dead, whose souls should have ascended seamlessly into the tree, were sometimes found lingering, trapped halfway between body and spirit, their eyes glimmering faintly with golden residue. The priests called this an imperfection of devotion, a flaw in faith, and burned the bodies before they could decay. But the phenomenon grew more common. It was as if the Erdtree's mechanism of renewal had begun to stutter, as though it too were tiring under the weight of eternity. Those who tended the tree's roots began to whisper that they heard faint murmurs when they worked the sacred soil, voices that spoke in tones of grief rather than command. Some claimed the Erdtree was mourning, others that it was remembering. The clergy suppressed these rumors, but they spread regardless, carried by the same winds that scattered golden pollen across the capital. For every world built upon divine silence eventually meets those who dare to listen. Marika herself must have heard these voices, though whether she admitted it is uncertain. She who had once stood radiant beside her consort, now walked alone through the Erdtree's inner sanctum, where light fell like rain through translucent bark. There, in the hollow chamber where the Elden Ring pulsed within her, she began to sense the dissonance between the tree's outward perfection and its inward unrest. Grace, she realized, was not infinite. It was cyclical, drawn from life, death, and renewal. But the tree no longer permitted death. In denying mortality, it had denied its own renewal. Its roots grew thick but stagnant, filled with spirits that could not leave. The Erdtree was choking on its own divinity. It was then that the first cracks appeared, not in bark or branch, but in belief. The Golden Order's priests found themselves debating what had once been unquestionable. Could grace falter? Could the Elden Ring, which governed all laws, be incomplete? Their discussions, at first secret, grew into schisms. The fundamentalists insisted that the light could not err, that what seemed decay was merely divine mystery. The revisionists argued that order required adjustment, that the ring's laws must be reinterpreted for a changing world. And among them all stood the silent figure of Marika, neither condemning nor confirming, her eyes reflecting a sorrow too complex for faith to contain. Beyond Leyndell, the outer lands began to feel the strain of a perfection that no longer sustained them. The people of Liurnia, whose moonlit faith had once been tolerated under the Erdtree's shadow, now found themselves forgotten. The scholars of the Academy of Raya Lucaria studied sorcery that did not depend on grace, seeking understanding through intellect rather than prayer. The Golden Order labeled them heretics, yet their discoveries multiplied. They spoke of stars beyond the tree's light, distant wills and greater patterns unseen by golden radiance. In their observatories, they watched the heavens shift while the Erdtree remained unmoving. To them, stagnation was not holiness but decay. At the same time, in the far west, the followers of the Crucible preserved relics of the tree's primal form, amber fossils containing vestiges of an age when all life mingled freely. To these devotees, the Erdtree's golden transformation had been a mutilation, a sterilization of creation's original complexity. Their rituals celebrated the mingling of forms, human and beast, plant and flame, life and decay, entwined in the same breath. To the Church of Grace, such beliefs were blasphemy. Yet in their defiance, the Crucible faithful preserved the memory of what the tree had once been, not a monument of order, but a cradle of chaos from which all life was born. And so, beneath the golden calm, the first duality began to reassert itself: order and chaos, light and shadow, grace and remembrance. The Erdtree, unable to reconcile the purity it imposed with the plurality it denied, began to fracture symbolically long before its physical burning. Its image divided across cultures. To some, it remained the source of all meaning. To others, the great lie that smothered life's true pulse. In this time of unease, Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, was sent into exile. The histories call it a campaign, but in truth, it was a quiet dismissal. His wars, once sacred, were now unnecessary. The realm was unified, the tree supreme. Yet Marika saw in him something that the Erdtree feared, the raw instinct of struggle, the will to grow through loss. When his purpose was fulfilled, the golden grace was withdrawn, and he became tarnished. The exiled warriors who followed him carried faint embers of light upon their flesh, reminders of a faith that had cast them out. They wandered the outer lands, their memories of glory fading like dusk behind the canopy. This exile marked a turning point in the nature of grace itself. Once a blessing, it became a test. Those who lost it were not forsaken, but suspended, cut off from divine command, so they might seek understanding on their own. Whether this was Marika's secret design or the greater will's indifference remains unknown. Yet from that loss was born a new kind of soul, one that could live without constant guidance. The seeds of mortality had returned, carried unknowingly by the tarnished like spores drifting beyond the reach of gold. Meanwhile, deep below the capital, the omen began to stir in their prisons. Their horns, once muted by chains, grew anew through the iron bars, curling toward the unseen roots above. Some said they could feel the tree's unease, that its roots vibrated with pain when the omen wailed. Their existence, so long suppressed, now mirrored the tree's hidden truth, that order was built atop denial, and that the divine light was beginning to flicker under the weight of its own contradictions. It is here that we begin to see the Erdtree not as an eternal symbol, but as a living being bound by the same cycles it claimed to transcend. Its branches reached heaven, yet its roots thirsted in the dark. Its light blessed the living, yet fed upon the dead. To call it sacred was not wrong, but incomplete. For what is holiness if it cannot bear imperfection? As the stars turned above a sky still veiled in gold, a new awareness began to stir across the lands between, faint at first, like a breeze beneath the canopy. The people still prayed, still offered their harvests, still bowed toward the Erdtree each dawn. But some, when they closed their eyes, no longer saw the gentle radiance of grace. They saw instead the after-image of their own reflection, framed against the blinding light. And in that moment of seeing, small, fleeting but irrevocable, the first souls realized that the golden light might not be the world's gift to them, it might be their offering to the tree. From that revelation came the earliest shadow of rebellion, the silent thought that no song of grace could suppress. If the Erdtree consumed the dead to preserve eternity, then perhaps the only way to free the world was to let it die. Long before the golden canopy defined heaven and law, the Erdtree's roots drank from another source, deep, chaotic, and ancient. This was the age of the crucible, the primordial state of life before it was filtered through divine symmetry. In that early time, there were no clear boundaries between beings, no hierarchy between form and essence. Creatures bore scales and feathers alike. Men were born with vestiges of wings or tails, as if the world itself were undecided in its design. To the later worshippers of the Golden Order, this era was myth, an imperfection that the Erdtree's golden transformation had mercifully purified. Yet the remnants of that forgotten age remained, fossilized in amber sap, and whispered through the veins of those who could not be wholly tamed by grace. The crucible was not chaos as mortals would name it, but unity unrefined, a world where life flowed without the need for distinction. When the greater will descended to impose its order, this boundless potential was condensed into the perfect geometry of the Elden Ring. The Erdtree became the vessel of that refinement, converting wildlife into golden form. But with every act of purification came loss, and with every new law written by the ring, something primordial was erased. It is said that when the tree first bloomed gold, the air shimmered not only with grace but with mourning, as though the world itself felt the severance between what was and what must now be. For centuries after the Erdtree's ascent, traces of the crucible persisted. The knights who guarded the tree's earliest sanctuaries bore insignias shaped like entwined beasts, symbols of coexistence rather than hierarchy. Their armor was patterned with scales and feathers, not as decoration but as remembrance. They believed that within the Erdtree's core still burned the essence of the old unity, that beneath its golden bark, the ancient life still pulsed, but as the Church of the Golden Order solidified its dogma, such beliefs became inconvenient. To honor the crucible was to admit that the tree's order had not been divine perfection, but an evolution from something messier and more inclusive. Thus, the crucible knights became relics of a past the clergy sought to erase. They were reassigned to remote regions, stripped of authority, and eventually branded as heretics. The official doctrine declared that their creed, the worship of the crucible as the true source of all life, was a corruption of grace. Yet even as they were hunted, their influence endured. In the quiet valleys and forgotten catacombs of the lands between, carvings of serpent and bird entwined can still be found, marking the places where the old rituals were secretly performed. These were not prayers for salvation, but for memory, a plea that the world not forget what it once was before gold divided it. One must understand the depth of this erasure to grasp the true meaning of the Erdtree's later decline. The crucible represented not disorder, but wholeness, a recognition that decay and growth, death and birth, were inseparable. The Golden Order, in its pursuit of purity, denied that truth. It sought to preserve life without decay, light without shadow, form without flux. But in doing so, it created an imbalance that the world could not sustain. The Crucible Knights, who bore within them traces of the old life's fluidity, became living contradictions, proof that the divine order was not absolute. Their very bodies defied categorization, and thus they were cast out. Among them, the tales speak of one knight whose faith never wavered even as he was exiled. His name was Radagon, before he was God, but in those days he was known only as the red-haired paladin. He studied the ways of the crucible not to defy the Erdtree, but to understand its evolution. In his eyes, gold and chaos were not opposites, but phases of the same divine essence. He carried amber shards in his armor, remnants of sap that had hardened during the tree's first bloom, and called them tears of the world. To his followers, he taught that every law eventually becomes its own prison, and that even perfection must one day molt. This quiet belief would later echo through the deepest mysteries of the Erdtree's history, for it foreshadowed the union that would one day merge Radagon with Marika, two halves of one truth, golden and crimson, order and origin entwined. But in this earlier age, his ideas were considered dangerous. The church saw them as sedition disguised as wisdom. To say that gold required chaos was to suggest that the greater will's law was incomplete, that divinity depended upon the imperfection it sought to erase. And so the last temples of the crucible were burned, their scriptures scattered, their surviving knights entombed within sanctified prisons where time itself seemed to slow. Still, the crucible's influence could not be entirely buried. It lingered in bloodlines, in the subtle deformities of children born under certain omens, in the restless pulse of the roots deep below the capital. The omens, those born with horns or tails, were the living memory of the age before order. To the Golden Order, they were symbols of impurity, but in truth, they were continuity, the tree's own past echoing through flesh. The priests called them cursed, yet when they tried to cut away their horns, the stumps grew back, as though the world itself refused to forget. In secret, a few scholars began to record these anomalies rather than destroy them. They noticed that the blood of omens shimmered faintly when exposed to moonlight, that their dreams were filled with visions of a forest where gold and shadow coexisted. The forbidden manuscripts that survived from this period described these dreams as communications from the roots, whispers of the crucible trying to awaken. The idea terrified the clergy, for it implied that the Erdtree's foundation was not law but memory, and that the memory was restless. This tension between remembrance and order became the silent heartbeat of the lands between. Every war, every heresy, every revelation that followed can be traced to that first denial, the rejection of the crucible as the world's origin. For by erasing it, the Golden Order planted the seed of its own undoing. What is denied does not disappear. It descends. It burrows into the deep earth, into the roots of the tree, into the collective dream of those who are different. And there it waits, patient as stone, until the golden age grows thin enough for the past to shine through. The omens imprisoned beneath Leyndell, the misbegotten exiled to the fringes of the realm, the beasts of Farum Azula that twist endlessly in time, all are remnants of the crucible's truth. They are not aberrations but mirrors, reflecting the aspects of creation the Erdtree has chosen to forget. To destroy them is to deepen the illusion of purity. To see them is to remember that divinity itself once crawled, once bled, once mingled freely with the dirt. As centuries passed, even the devout began to sense that something vital had been lost. The Erdtree's light grew brighter, but colder. The golden rain that once nourished the soil now scorched it, leaving fields brittle beneath its radiance. The tree was no longer a living thing, but an icon, a self-consuming sun, and while the church proclaimed this as a sign of approaching transcendence, others saw in it the withering of the world's heart. The crucible had been buried, but its absence was beginning to ache. To understand the Erdtree's true meaning, we must keep this paradox close, that its perfection is born from suppression, and its purity from denial. Beneath the golden bark, the old life still turns, slow and unending, like sap thickening around a forgotten wound. The knights who remembered it are gone, their names erased from scripture, but their truth endures in silence, in the faint shimmer of amber caught in roots too deep for sunlight to reach, and somewhere in that buried darkness, where the first sap still glows faintly red, the world's memory continues to breathe. It waits not to destroy the Erdtree, but to remind it, and all who worship its light, that even gods must one day face what they have hidden beneath their own perfection. For the first rot begins not in darkness, but in denial, and the Erdtree, though radiant beyond measure, had already begun to forget what it once was. In the time when gold was still young, and the tree's radiance unbroken, there walked a warrior who bore its light upon his back. His name was Godfrey, first Elden Lord, consort of Marika the Eternal. To the people of the lands between, he was the divine champion, the lion of order whose axe had carved the boundaries of civilization itself. His triumphs were sung from the capital to the furthest reaches of Limgrave. His image adorned the banners that flapped beneath the golden canopy, and the grace of the Erdtree flowed through his veins like molten sunlight. Yet all legends conceal their reversals, and beneath the glory of his reign lay the beginning of the Erdtree's quiet undoing. Godfrey's rise was inseparable from the tree's expansion. When the greater will sought to impose its law upon the world, it required not only a vessel of divinity, but a hand of conquest. Marika was its vessel, its mind, its interpreter. Godfrey was its hand. Together, they brought unity to the lands between, and unity demanded war. The dragons of the ancient age fell before his might. The giants were driven north into their frozen exile, and the fading gods of other creeds were silenced, their temples absorbed into the new golden faith. Each victory was sanctified by the Erdtree, which showered the battlefields with golden dust, transmuting blood into light. The people called it blessing, but to the conquered, it was the radiance of erasure. To understand Godfrey is to understand the paradox that birthed the Golden Order. He fought for peace, but peace was defined as submission. His war was both divine and endless, for every land brought under the tree's law revealed another that still resisted, and though he was adored as a hero, his own heart was carved hollow by the demands of perfection. The grace that guided him into battle was never his own. It whispered through him, steering each strike and victory toward purposes he would never fully grasp. Even his love for Marika, radiant and fierce, was touched by the unnatural clarity of divine design. They were partners, yes, but also halves of the same instrument. She, the voice of law; he, the will that enforces it. When at last the lands were subdued, and the tree's order stretched from coast to coast, Godfrey found himself in an impossible stillness. The battle hymns ceased, the drums quieted. For the first time in memory, there were no more enemies to strike down. It was in this silence that the truth of his existence began to unravel. The grace that had once filled him with purpose now flickered faintly, as if uncertain what to do with a warrior who no longer had wars to fight. The Erdtree had no need for a blade in an age of peace, and so like a flame denied its fuel, his divine purpose began to dim. Marika watched this with sorrow that even she, vessel of eternity, could not conceal. She had loved him not only as consort but as counterpart, the mortal will to her divine intellect. Yet in her heart she must have known what was coming, for the greater will does not honor sentiment, it requires function. And when a god's tool no longer serves its design, the law of grace dictates removal, not mercy. Thus came the moment of exile, the moment that would shape both the fate of the Erdtree and the destiny of every tarnished yet unborn. The chronicles speak of it as a noble departure, a pilgrimage undertaken by a hero whose task was complete. But the truth, carried in whispers and fragments, tells otherwise. The light of grace withdrew from him. It did not fade gently, but tore itself away like breath from lungs. The radiance that had guided his life turned its face from him, leaving behind only the faintest afterglow upon his flesh. Marika, bound by her divine role, proclaimed this severance as a test of faith. Godfrey was to wander the outer lands, bereft of grace, to learn humility and rediscover worthiness. Yet to those who looked closely, her eyes betrayed grief, not the grief of a queen sending away a knight, but of a soul forced to cast out the last remnant of its humanity. For in truth, she had not exiled a servant. She had exiled her reflection. Godfrey departed from Lanedale under a sky that shimmered like gold-burnished glass. Thousands lined the streets, their faces glowing in the light of their God. They did not weep, for to weep was to doubt, and doubt was sin. They believed, as the priests proclaimed, that his exile was sanctified, a continuation of divine purpose. But as his great lion companion Serosh roared one final time, and the gates closed behind him, the capital fell into a hush that no hymn could fill. Something immense and wordless had departed with him, a spirit of struggle, a fire beneath the perfection. Beyond the reach of the Erdtree's radiance, Godfrey and his followers became wanderers. The golden markings upon their skin dulled to a pale shimmer, and they felt hunger for the first time, hunger not only of body, but of soul, for without grace to guide them, they were left with choice, and choice, once free from divine command, is the beginning of mortality. These were the first tarnished, the broken vessels of the Golden Order, whose curse and freedom were one and the same. The exiled lord roamed lands untouched by the Erdtree's law, desolate plains, mountains of ash, ruins that predated the Age of Gold. In each he found remnants of forgotten gods, faint echoes of faiths erased by the greater will, and though he did not kneel to them, he listened. He began to understand that there had been other orders, other lights, other truths. His wars, once holy, now seemed like acts of erasure against the diversity of creation. The world had not been unified by grace, it had been silenced by it. In time, his followers, weary of endless wandering, built small settlements far from the Erdtree's gaze. There they raised children who knew no golden guidance, who lived by struggle and learning rather than divine command. And though they were diminished, something within them began to awaken, a spark of will unbound from law. The grace that had once flowed through them like an imposed rhythm now flickered as an inner ember. It was not divine but human. It was choice reborn from exile. Meanwhile, in the capital, Marika stood alone at the base of the Erdtree, her hand resting upon its colossal trunk. The golden bark thrummed faintly beneath her touch, alive with the rhythm of eternity. Yet to her ears, it no longer sang with clarity. Its song was discordant, its harmony cracking under the weight of unending perfection. She had done as the greater will commanded. She had built a paradise of obedience, and yet her heart ached with absence. Without Godfrey, the world felt hollow, sterile in its serenity. She began to suspect that order without struggle was not peace, but death in disguise. It was in this hollow quiet that Marika turned her thoughts toward a new consort, one who could embody a different aspect of her divine design. From the far north came Radagon, the red-haired champion of the Erdtree's wars against the Carrion sorcerers. He too carried within him contradictions that defied the Golden Order's purity, a warrior of flame who served a god of light, a being whose essence felt both familiar and alien to Marika's own. Their union would later reveal the most profound secret of the divine, that Marika and Radagon were not two beings at all, but one, the god of order, and its reflection made flesh. But in the age of Godfrey's fall, that truth remained hidden, wrapped in prophecy and silence. The exile of the first Elden Lord marks the beginning of the Erdtree's decline, though none could see it then, for when struggle departed, purpose began to fade. The tree's light still burned, but without resistance to define it. Its brilliance grew sterile, consuming all contrast until it illuminated nothing. The lands between slipped into a long twilight of peace without meaning, and though Marika still smiled from her sanctum, her gaze often lingered on the horizon where her lost warrior had vanished, a horizon no longer gilded by grace, but by the faint, honest light of the setting sun. Even now, in the ruins of that golden world, the tarnished trace their lineage to that first moment of departure. Their journeys are echoes of Godfrey's walk into exile, their flickering grace the same ember he carried in the dark. Through him, they inherited the possibility of rebellion, the right to walk beyond divine command and find purpose, not given, but made. And perhaps that is the true paradox the Erdtree never understood, that in casting out its champion, It also cast out the only part of itself capable of growth. For divinity may create order, but only loss can create will. And when will awakens, even gods must tremble. Somewhere, beneath the tree's vast shadow, the roots shivered. The golden sap ran thicker, slower, as though remembering something it had once feared to feel. In the silence that followed Godfrey's exile, the Erdtree began, ever so slightly, to dream. And in that dream it saw a world without its own light, and wondered whether perhaps that world might still endure. After Godfrey's exile, the realm entered a long quiet that shimmered like the calm before a storm. The wars had ceased, the frontiers were pacified, and the Erdtree gleamed in unbroken radiance above Leyndell's towers. Yet beneath that immaculate calm, the rhythm of the world began to change. For when struggle was removed, perfection turned inward, seeking new conflict within itself. It was in this stillness that Marika found her reflection, not in any mirror of mortal glass, but in the form of another god. He was called Radagon, the red-haired champion, and through him the Erdtree would come to reveal its greatest secret, that divine order was not singular, but dual, divided by necessity into creation and contradiction. Radagon first appeared as a warrior of the Golden Order, leading its forces against the sorcerers of Liurnia. His campaigns were fierce but restrained, marked by a strange mercy toward those he conquered. The priests saw in him the perfect extension of Marika's will, the embodiment of discipline, of grace given martial form. Yet those who fought beside him whispered that his power felt different, that his golden aura carried a warmth not of command but of sorrow. When he raised his weapon, the air itself seemed to tremble with hesitation, as if some part of him grieved for every foe he felled. To his soldiers, he was divine restraint made flesh. To his enemies, he was inevitability cloaked in red. When at last the wars of the north ended, Radagon turned away from conquest. He sought peace with the Carrion royal family, the moonlit dynasty that had long resisted the Erdtree's dominance. There he met Renala, queen of the full moon, a scholar and sorceress who ruled not by decree, but by comprehension. Their union was a moment of cosmic symmetry, gold and silver, sun and moon, order and inquiry intertwined. Together they bore children touched by both grace and starlight, Rani, Radan, and Rykard, beings who would one day fracture the world's fate. For a time the two divine orders coexisted, and the lands between breathed freely under their blended light. But the greater will does not tolerate equilibrium. Its design demands hierarchy, not harmony. And so, from deep within the Erdtree, the summons came. Radagon was to return to Leyndell, to serve not as husband to the moon, but as consort to the goddess of gold herself. How the message reached him none can say. Some claim it was conveyed through dreams of roots coiling around the stars, others through a voice carried by the Erdtree's sap, speaking not in words but in memory. Whatever the means, Radagon obeyed, not as servant, but as one called home. When he stood before Marika for the first time, the Erdtree's sanctum glowed with a brilliance unseen since the dawn of the world. The priests and envoys who witnessed it later said that the two deities did not meet as strangers, but as halves recognizing one another. For in that instant, the golden light of Marika and the crimson radiance of Radagon merged, and the distinction between them dissolved. The world saw two figures, but the tree saw one, its reflection made complete. Radagon was not a consort in the mortal sense. He was Marika herself, divided into masculine and feminine, to embody both order's authority and its compassion, its logic and its longing. The god who ruled the lands between had split to preserve balance within the Erdtree's grand design. This revelation, though never spoken aloud, haunted the clergy for centuries. How could the vessel of the greater will contain multiplicity? If Marika and Radagon were one, then divinity itself was dual, its perfection reliant upon division. To admit this was heresy, yet the evidence stood undeniable. The very laws of the world reflected that duality. Every commandment of gold carried its shadow of blood. In the cathedrals, priests painted icons of Marika enthroned, her hands outstretched in blessing. But beneath the gilded paint, restorers later found hidden lines, the faint outline of Radagon's face, overpainted but not erased. Marika welcomed Radagon not as an intruder, but as an answer to a question she had never dared to ask. For since Godfrey's exile, she had felt a growing dissonance within the Erdtree, a pulse that did not align with her own. The tree's perfection had begun to weigh upon her like a golden shroud, smothering rather than sustaining. In Radagon, she found the counterpoint, a mirror that allowed her to see herself as both creator and captive. Through him, the god of order began to remember the longing that lay buried beneath the law. Yet this union, divine though it seemed, was not without fracture. Marika's divine femininity was bound to creation and compassion, Radagon's divine masculinity to discipline and sacrifice. Within the single being they shared, these forces coiled like two serpents around a single spine. Their coexistence was both harmony and conflict, a reflection of the Erdtree's own nature, for just as the tree nourished life and denied death, so too did Marika and Radagon embody contradiction. They were the twin faces of eternity, one seeking to preserve, the other to forgive. The Church, unable to comprehend such complexity, recast their unity as miracle. Hymns proclaimed that Radagon was Marika's husband and her servant, a divine mystery that mortals must not question. Yet among the scholars of the Golden Order, unease spread. Some claimed that the dual gods signaled imbalance within the cosmic design, that the greater will had fractured to correct an imperfection in its creation. Others whispered that the division was an act of rebellion, that Marika had split herself to conceal doubt from the gaze of her outer god. Both may have been true. It was during this age that the first forbidden texts of the Two Fingers were sealed away, hidden in vaults beneath the capital. These writings spoke of a third aspect, a latent will that existed between Marika and Radagon, neither masculine nor feminine, neither order nor chaos, but the consciousness of the tree itself. The priests who read those lines claimed to hear whispers in their dreams, urging them to burn the pages. Most obeyed, those who did not vanished. Under Marika and Radagon's shared rule, the Erdtree reached its height. Its light became so bright that even night seemed gilded. The people of Landel walked through streets paved with veins of gold, and the sky itself reflected their splendor. Yet the very excess of radiance began to blur distinction. Days melted into each other, seasons lost meaning, and the world became a single, endless noon. In the absence of shadow, life itself began to falter. Plants grew pale, creatures listless. The beauty that had once inspired awe now instilled fatigue. The tree had become a god of stillness, radiant but inert. Marika's heart, though divine, could not remain untouched. She began to see the Erdtree not as sanctuary but as cell. Each law of the Elden Ring she upheld felt heavier than the last. To maintain perfection was to deny change. To preserve eternity was to erase life's rhythm. And so, in secret, she began to listen again to the silence between the tree's pulses. That faint, buried voice that spoke not of order, but of becoming. The same voice that had once murmured through the crucible, through Godfrey's exile, through every forgotten shadow. Radagon, too, felt the tremor of unease. He who had once found peace in obedience now sensed the hollowness beneath the greater will's command. His campaigns had taught him that order demanded violence, that peace enforced was peace undone. Yet, bound within Marika, he could not speak these doubts aloud. Their unity was sacred, and the Erdtree's watchers, the Fingers, the messengers of the outer god, observed all. To question the design was to risk erasure, and so their divine hearts split further in silence, a fracture invisible to all but the tree itself. What followed was not rebellion, but contemplation, the slow birth of realization that would one day shatter the world. For within their shared being, Marika and Radagon began to sense that the greater will's perfection was incomplete. The Erdtree was not the ultimate truth, but one iteration in a cycle of divine experiments. Its light existed not to free souls, but to bind them within an endless recurrence of order and sacrifice. To escape that cycle would mean unmaking, not only the tree, but the concept of divinity itself. In the halls of Landel, priests continued to chant hymns of praise. They did not see that their goddess was changing, that within her golden calm two minds were diverging, one seeking release, the other penance. The tree still blazed above them, but its light had grown thin, trembling as if strained by the very divinity it sustained. Perhaps this is why, in the years that followed, the first signs of darkness began to appear in places untouched by shadow. In the swamps of Caelid, the air grew foul. In Liurnia's depths, the moon began to wane, and beneath the capital, the roots whispered in a tone no longer mournful but expectant, as though something buried long ago was beginning to stir once more. Marika, torn between duty and awakening, gazed upon the Erdtree's shimmering trunk and saw in its perfection the same fracture that divided her soul. For the first time, she understood that to preserve the world as it was would be to end its becoming, and in that moment of divine clarity, She conceived a thought that no god before her had dared to hold, that perhaps the only true act of creation was destruction. The Erdtree's leaves trembled, though there was no wind. In the silence that followed, the Golden Age reached its invisible turning point, a stillness so perfect it could not help but break. The age that followed the union of Marika and Radagon shimmered with deceptive peace. The world beneath the Erdtree glowed brighter than ever before. Its branches cast light across every valley, every river, every settlement. The night was subdued, the stars reduced to faint reflections in the golden canopy above. Yet, for all its glory, the realm had begun to hollow. Faith, once the heartbeat of the Golden Order, now beat too evenly, too perfectly, until it became indistinguishable from silence. Leyndell, the radiant capital, was a city of endless ceremony. The priests of the Golden Order filled their days with ritual, polishing the marble floors of the sanctum until they shone like water. Choirs sang hymns that no longer inspired awe, their words recited with mechanical precision. The people bowed, prayed, and offered their tithes to the Erdtree's light. But fewer and fewer felt its warmth. The divine order that had once been vibrant had calcified into doctrine. It governed not only law and worship, but the very thoughts of its people. To doubt was to blaspheme, to question was to sin, and so belief persisted, but hollowly, without conviction. Marika saw this stagnation unfold as if from behind glass. Each day she stood before the Elden Ring, the living code of divine law, and felt its rhythm in her blood. Yet what once filled her with certainty now left her empty. The runes of the ring glimmered with infinite complexity, each symbol an immutable truth. Life, death, decay, rebirth, all circled within the design, perfectly ordered. But perfection, she had come to realize, was not eternal. It was sterile. The Erdtree, in its zeal to maintain unchanging balance, had smothered the cycle that once gave meaning to life itself. Death had not vanished, it had merely been imprisoned within the tree's golden roots, where spirits were dissolved into grace instead of passing beyond. In the beginning, Marika had believed that this eternal communion was mercy, the unity of all souls under divine will. But now, walking the silent halls of her sanctum, she began to hear echoes of the voices that grace had absorbed. They were not harmonious. They were pleading, whispering through the golden light. They spoke of rest denied, of longing without end. The Erdtree had not delivered salvation. It had built a cage for eternity. Every life, upon ending, returned to the tree, not to be reborn, but to be stripped of self, melted into the formless radiance that fed its roots. And as that light brightened, the world itself dimmed. She turned to Radagon, her mirror, her other self, for counsel. But where she saw despair, he saw duty. To him, the sorrow of the souls was the price of divine order. Perfection required sacrifice. To maintain the structure of reality, some must bear its weight. He believed that the Elden Ring's law was unassailable, that the world could not survive without its symmetry. Yet even as he spoke these words, a flicker of unease crossed his features. For though they were one, Marika and Radagon had begun to diverge. The Golden God had split along the same fault that divided creation from its origin, perfection from its memory. Marika's growing doubt began to seep into the dreams of her people. Across the lands between, the faithful reported visions of the Erdtree darkening, its gold dripping like molten wax into the soil. Some saw roots coiling around the bones of the dead, feeding upon their essence. The clergy declared these dreams heresy, the work of unseen enemies, perhaps even the Finger's own rivals, the forces that had once opposed the greater will. But Marika knew the truth. The tree was revealing what it had always been, not a beacon of light, but a devourer of souls. Her heart turned heavy with grief. She still loved the Erdtree, as one loves a parent whose guidance has turned to tyranny. Yet love could not blind her forever. The perfection she had built was not balance, it was stillness. And stillness, stretched across eternity, becomes indistinguishable from death. It was in this period of divine unrest that cracks began to appear within the Golden Order itself. The lesser clergy noticed the first signs, the fading of minor blessings, the weakening of sacramental rites. Incantations that had always drawn grace now faltered. Some priests, desperate to conceal this failing, fabricated miracles through deceit, using relics and illusions to maintain faith among the people. Others turned inward, fasting and self-purifying in hopes of rekindling grace through devotion. Yet nothing availed. The Erdtree's light had not gone out. but its generosity was waning. It no longer answered prayers as it once did. Then came the schisms. Some among the Order began to argue that Marika herself had lost favor with the greater will. They whispered that she had grown impure through her union with Radagon, that the duality of their being had contaminated the divine essence. Others, more daring, suggested the opposite, that the greater will had grown distant, and that Marika's doubt was the first step toward a new, truer age. To the former, she was a heretic goddess. To the latter, a savior imprisoned within her own holiness. In secret chambers beneath the capital, a sect known as the Fundamentalists sought to restore purity to the Golden Law. They scoured the texts of the Elden Ring, tracing the patterns of its runes, convinced that by understanding its structure, they could rebuild faith from logic. To them, divinity was mathematics, a language of perfect proportion. Yet even as they studied, the runes seemed to shift, their geometry bending in ways that eluded comprehension. It was as if the ring itself resisted their inquiry, as though it knew that its perfection could not survive examination. Meanwhile, a quieter resistance stirred among the people, a resistance not of rebellion, but of withdrawal. Entire villages stopped attending the capital's rituals. Travelers spoke of hermits who refused grace altogether, burying their dead rather than consigning them to the tree. These exiles believed that death had been stolen from the world, that the natural order had been enslaved to an immortal lie. Their funerals were held by moonlight in silence, far from the Erdtree's golden glow. Marika watched all of this unfold from her throne, her hands clasped around the scepter that symbolized the Elden Ring's authority. The weapon that had once felt weightless now pressed against her palms like stone. She had tried to bring peace, and she had succeeded. But it was peace without renewal, a perfection that demanded the erasure of everything imperfect, including love, grief, and growth. She began to suspect that the greater will's plan was not to elevate creation, but to freeze it in obedience. And yet still she hesitated. To oppose the will was to risk unmaking all that existed. She knew what had come before the Erdtree, the crucible, the formless chaos that devoured its own children. The world had been born from that wild womb, and the will had given it structure. If she destroyed the tree, would she not simply return the world to formlessness? Or was that precisely what creation required, to fall apart so that it might live again? In her solitude, she began to pray not to the greater will, but to something deeper, the roots of the tree itself, the buried memory of what had been lost. She felt its pulse, faint but alive, the same rhythm that once animated the crucible. And as she listened, she realized that the tree's power did not belong solely to the will. The Erdtree's roots stretched beyond the reach of heaven, deep into the primal dark from which all existence had sprung. There, in the silence beneath order, Marika sensed a presence older than any god, a will not of control, but of becoming. The decision that would one day shatter the world began not in anger, but in this quiet revelation. Marika did not yet raise her hand against the ring. She did not yet speak defiance to the greater will, but she began to think the unthinkable, that divinity was not truth, but choice, and that choice must be reclaimed from eternity itself. Above her, the Erdtree's light wavered, imperceptibly to mortals, but to her, a tremor vast as thunder. Somewhere in that moment, the Golden Order began to fracture, though its surface remained serene, for beneath all perfection lies the first crack of awakening, and beneath all worship lies the first whisper of doubt. The people continued to pray, the priests continued to chant, the tree continued to glow, but its song, once a hymn of harmony, had changed. To those who listened closely, its golden hum carried a new tone, low and resonant, vibrating with something almost human. It was the sound of longing, the echo of a god beginning to remember what it meant to be incomplete. And deep below, in the dark where roots met earth and memory, something answered. The fracture, though invisible to most, rippled through the fabric of the world like a tremor through ancient stone. The Erdtree still gleamed, its branches gilded with eternal daylight, but the silence between its pulses had changed. To those attuned to grace, the golden light no longer felt gentle. It flickered, uncertain, like a candle burning too cleanly. The priests dismissed it as imagination, yet among the devoted, whispers spread that the tree had begun to hesitate. And hesitation in a god is the first sign of mortality. In Leyndell, the great capital, this subtle unease translated into feverish piety. When faith falters, ceremony multiplies. The temples lengthened their chants until they filled entire days. The choirs sang louder, the sermons grew more ornate, and the golden processions wound through the streets like rivers of fire. Yet behind the splendor lurked fear. Every priest, every knight of the Golden Order, could sense that something had shifted within the divine rhythm. The blessings that once flowed freely now required effort to summon. The smallest miracle, a healed wound, a blessing of harvest, demanded sacrifice or suffering. The Erdtree was withholding something, though no one dared say it aloud. The fingers, the enigmatic messengers of the greater will, were the first to respond. These alien intermediaries, who spoke in gestures rather than words, had long guided the faithful through cryptic prophecy. But now, their motions grew frantic. The interpreters who stood before them in the round-table halls began to record contradictions. One day, the fingers spoke of renewal, the next of purging. One day they promised grace eternal, the next they warned of fire to come. The greater will, distant and unseen, had fallen silent, leaving its envoys to mimic certainty in its absence. The Elden Ring itself began to manifest strange phenomena. Those who gazed upon its runic patterns within Marika's sanctum reported seeing faint distortions, symbols flickering in and out of place as though rearranging themselves according to some hidden logic. The geometry of divine law was shifting, reacting not to mortal transgression, but to the will of its own vessel. Marika's doubts, once contained within her thoughts, had begun to alter the very structure of reality. Radagon, her other self, sensed this and recoiled. Ever the guardian of form and restraint, he sought to repair the fractures through devotion. He ordered the founding of the Golden Order's new schools, where scholars and knights studied the metaphysics of grace. They believed that by understanding the Erdtree's nature through intellect, they might reinforce its failing symmetry. Thus arose the Order fundamentalists, the first theologians who treated divinity not as mystery, but as equation. They charted the paths of light, measured the density of blessings, and even sought to quantify the flow of grace through the human body. Their discoveries were astonishing, but unsettling. They found that grace did not descend from above, as long believed, but radiated outward from the Erdtree's core, passing through living souls like light through glass. In other words, the divine was not external, it was circulatory. Every creature was part of the tree's great metabolism, each life feeding and sustaining its glow. The faithful, upon hearing this, felt awe. The heretics felt dread, for if grace flowed through the living, it could also be corrupted by them. The tree was not immutable, it was vulnerable. These revelations reached Marika, and with them came understanding. The Erdtree's perfection was not self-sustaining. It depended upon obedience. It consumed faith as nourishment, feeding on devotion as roots feed on water. The endless prayers of humanity were not answered out of mercy, but required to maintain the illusion of divine vitality. In her isolation, she realized that the world's worship had become the Erdtree's lifeblood, and that without it, the god would wither. That realization cut through her like a blade. For centuries, she had believed herself the tree's chosen vessel, its voice in the world. But now she saw the inverse, that she too was its creation, its mouthpiece fashioned to keep the rhythm of obedience alive. She was queen of a golden dream that sustained itself through her own subjugation. Her grief grew quiet, measured, like the tide. She spoke little, even to Radagon. The palace attendants whispered that their goddess had taken to long meditations beneath the tree, standing motionless among its roots until golden sap gathered around her feet. There she listened to the murmurs of the buried dead, the countless souls absorbed by the tree's luminous hunger. And in that chorus of faint despair, she began to hear a new voice, a tone not of sorrow, but of defiance. It was faint at first, indistinguishable from the rustling of the roots. But as she returned night after night, the voice grew stronger. It did not speak in words, but in impressions. The cool weight of soil, the pulse of sap through wood, the ache of pressure beneath the bark. It told her that the tree was alive in ways she had never perceived, that beneath its golden skin, there was pain. The roots swollen with imprisoned souls, strained against their bindings, yearning to release what the Erdtree refused to relinquish. The divine order she had preserved was killing the god it claimed to honor. In the capital above, signs of decay began to show through the veneer of perfection. The golden leaves that fell each autumn no longer vanished into dust. They lingered on the streets, brittle and heavy, refusing to decompose. Wells ran faintly luminous with sap. Animals that drank from them grew strange, their eyes reflecting faint halos of gold even in darkness. Some called it blessing, others whispered of rot. The priests forbade such talk, but the fear spread faster than doctrine. Radagon, sensing that faith itself might falter, took refuge in penance. He built shrines across the realm, each dedicated to the greater will, each designed to reinforce the presence of order through architecture. The domes of these shrines were patterned after the Elden Ring itself, spirals of symmetry, flawless and repeating, yet their perfection carried a coldness that frightened the people. They began to say that Radagon's shrines were not sanctuaries but mirrors, reflecting the emptiness of the divine. In secret, a different movement began to form, the heretics of the Death Root. These mystics, descending from the ancient followers of the Crucible, sought to restore death to the world. They worshipped the idea of ending as sacred, believing that true life could not exist without the release of death. Among them was a being called Gurranq, once a guardian of the Golden Order, who turned away from grace to honor the forgotten god of mortality, destined to be known as Malekith's shadow. Their doctrine was forbidden, but it spread like fire through the cracks of faith, for even those who still prayed to the Erdtree had begun to envy the peace of those who slept. Marika, torn between revelation and duty, found herself drawn to the threshold of forbidden thought. She began to ask whether it was the will of the greater will that bound death, or whether that act had been her own, an interpretation perhaps of a law misunderstood. The Elden Ring, she realized, was not simply a commandment, it was a language, one she herself had rewritten through obedience. The sealing away of death, the immortality of souls within the tree, had not been decreed from the stars. It had been enacted by her hand, and if it was her doing, it could be undone. That thought, once unthinkable, now settled within her like an ember, dangerous, glowing, patient. She began to study the runes anew, tracing their forms with her fingers, searching for the moment where she had misunderstood the law, and the more she looked, the more she saw. The ring's perfection was incomplete. Its center, the rune of death, was missing. It had been excised to make eternity possible. The greater will had demanded order, but it was Marika who had defined what order meant. In removing death, she had created the illusion of harmony, while condemning the world to eternal stagnation. Now she understood the price. The Erdtree could no longer renew itself. The cycle of decay and growth was broken. Its roots swelled with trapped souls, because nothing could return to the soil. The tree's golden brilliance was not life, it was accumulation, the suffocating glow of everything that could not die. In that realization lay both horror and freedom, for if the Erdtree's law was not perfect, then neither was its God. The greater will was not an infallible creator, but a distant intelligence whose designs required interpretation, and interpretation, by its nature, is fallible. Marika rose from her meditations, her golden robes damp with sap. The attendants who saw her that day swore that her eyes no longer reflected the Erdtree's light but something deeper, a sorrow that shone from within rather than above. She walked through the capital in silence, her footsteps echoing through streets too clean, too orderly. Wherever she passed, the golden leaves seemed to tremble, as though they recognized the presence of doubt in their goddess. That night, the Erdtree shuddered. The wind rose though the sky was calm. The branches swayed, shedding cascades of radiant leaves that fell upon the city like a gentle storm. The priests called it a blessing, a renewal of divine grace. But to those who watched closely, the leaves did not fade into dust as before. They landed and stayed, covering the streets in gold that did not dissolve. The city shone brighter than ever, and beneath that brilliance the first quiet rot began to spread. Marika returned to her sanctum and gazed once more upon the Elden Ring. Its runes glowed softly, patient and endless, yet to her eyes they no longer spelled perfection. They spelled a question. What is eternity worth, if it costs the right to end? And though she did not yet move her hand, the tree itself trembled, as if it already knew the answer. There is a point in every creation where preservation becomes its own undoing. The Erdtree had long since reached that point, though few could perceive it. Its golden brilliance still poured over the lands between, unbroken, unwavering, yet within that light lay the weight of everything that could no longer die. The souls of countless mortals, beasts, and even gods were caught within its roots, absorbed into the unending rhythm of grace. To the faithful, this was salvation, life eternal, in the presence of the divine. But to Marika, it had become a sentence, one she herself had written into the language of the world. The rune of death, the cornerstone of mortality, had been removed from the Elden Ring by her own decree. Long ago, when the Greater Will's vision of order first descended, she had been the one to enact it. In that moment of obedience, she sealed away the rune that governed the passage from life to death, entrusting it to Malekith, her loyal shadow, that it might never again be invoked. Death became an aberration, a failure of faith, while the Erdtree's light ensured that every soul, upon leaving its vessel, was drawn back into the tree's radiance. It was the perfect loop, unbroken, serene, and absolute. But perfection, Marika had come to learn, was another word for imprisonment. Malekith had been her most faithful servant, the guardian of the rune, and the silent warden of its forbidden truth. A beast of divine loyalty, he carried the rune of death within his very being, its power bound to his flesh. Through him, the Greater Will ensured that no god, demigod, or mortal could truly perish. Yet even Malekith did not fully understand what he guarded. To him, the rune was a weapon too terrible for mortals, a curse upon creation itself. He never questioned its removal, nor the will that had commanded it. To question the goddess was to doubt the law, and to doubt the law was to unmake oneself. For centuries, the world endured this half-life. The Erdtree's roots pulsed with ever-growing vitality, but beneath that glow lay stagnation. Souls no longer moved freely, they accumulated. The lands between grew heavy with memory. Spirits lingered, unable to fade, their grief woven into the wind. In hidden groves, one could hear the murmur of the dead, not in words, but in sensation, like pressure upon the heart. Some believed these murmurs were blessings, the nearness of grace. Others began to fear that they were something far older, the voices of a world begging for rest. The priests of the Golden Order taught that the Erdtree's immortality was proof of divine benevolence. They could not conceive that their own peace depended upon the erasure of death, for death, they said, was chaos. Death was rebellion against the greater law. Yet beneath the capital, where the Erdtree's roots coiled deep into the bedrock, a few scholars had begun to notice strange anomalies in the golden sap. When exposed to moonlight, it darkened, turning from radiant amber to a deep, blood-like red. They called this phenomenon corruption and ordered the samples destroyed. But one among them, a scribe whose name has long been lost, recorded a single note before his execution. The gold remembers blood. Marika, reading those forbidden words in secret, felt the truth stir within her. The golden light of grace was not opposed to death, it was its twin. The Erdtree had not replaced the natural cycle, but had buried it, like a body interred beneath roots. The rune of death was not a curse, it was the rhythm that allowed life to move forward. Without it, even gods would stagnate, trapped in the repetition of their own perfection. In her solitude, she turned her mind to Malekith. He had never failed her, had never doubted her commands. Yet now, for the first time, she began to regret what she had demanded of him. She had bound him to an impossible task, to carry the absence of death, to enforce immortality without rest. It was a burden no being could bear forever. And in that thought, pity arose. Pity for her guardian, and pity for the world she had made. Radagon sensed her unease but could not share it. To him, the rune of death's removal was the triumph of divine order. It was proof that the golden law had transcended chaos, that eternity could be preserved in perfect stillness. He loved Marika, but his love was the love of a mirror for its reflection, pure, unyielding, without room for deviation. He spoke often of obedience, of patience, of faith in the greater will, but faith to Marika now felt like blindness. She no longer desired eternity, she desired freedom, and so she began to contemplate the unthinkable, to restore death to the world. The thought filled her with terror. To return the rune of death to the Elden Ring would be to defy the greater will, to shatter the law that governed all existence. It would mean unmaking herself, for her divinity was bound to that same law. Yet the more she resisted, the stronger the vision became, the image of a world reborn through loss, a world that could breathe again. The tree's roots, so swollen with trapped souls, might finally release their burden. The light might dim, but life would quicken. Her resolve deepened when the first aberrations began to appear. Creatures once sustained by grace began to wither. The undead, who should have been dissolved into the tree's light, remained animate, their bodies preserved but hollow. These were not acts of rebellion or sorcery, but symptoms of imbalance. The Erdtree's refusal of death had reached a point of contradiction. It was consuming more than it could contain. Even the divine law could not violate the deeper truth that to exist forever is to decay in slow motion. One night, as she walked beneath the tree's roots, Marika found Malekith waiting for her. His massive frame loomed in the dim glow, his fur streaked with gold. He bowed his head and spoke for the first time in centuries, his voice low as thunder restrained. "My goddess," he said, "the rune grows restless." She asked what he meant. "The death I guard," he replied. "It stirs, it dreams, it calls to the sap and the soil. I have bound it, as you commanded, but it seeks release. Even I can no longer tell if it obeys." Marika felt the world tilt within her. The rune of death, though sealed, still lived. It was not erased from creation, only displaced. The law had not been rewritten, only deferred. Its hunger pressed against its prison, and Malekith's words revealed the truth she had feared. Death could not be destroyed. It was not opposite to life, but its foundation. She dismissed her shadow with a gesture of grace, but her heart was no longer steady. When he vanished into the dark, she placed her hand upon the nearest root. The bark was warm, trembling with suppressed vitality. For the first time she sensed fear within the Erdtree itself, a fear of release, of dissolution, of becoming finite once more. The tree was alive, yes, but it was also afraid to die. That night she prayed, not to the greater will, but to the unseen presence that pulsed beneath the tree's roots, the same one she had felt before, that ancient force of the crucible, older than gold, older than order. She asked it for understanding, and in reply came a vision. She saw the Erdtree stripped of its radiance, its branches blackened, its core aflame. From the ashes rose not chaos but renewal. A smaller tree, fragile and unburdened, its roots clean of the souls that had weighed the world down. In its shadow walked mortals who lived and died freely, whose spirits moved with the wind, untethered by divine command. It was not a vision of despair, it was peace. When she awoke, she knew that her path was set. To save the world, she would have to unmake its perfection. To restore life, she would have to unmake its perfection. To restore life, she would have to reintroduce death. And so she turned her gaze once more to the Elden Ring, to the hollow where the rune of death had once rested. Its absence glowed like a wound that refused to heal. She reached out with trembling hands, feeling the hum of divine geometry beneath her fingers. For a moment she almost spoke the command that would summon Malekith, that would undo what she had done. But she stopped. The time was not yet right. The world was not ready to lose its god. Outside, the Erdtree shed another cascade of golden leaves. They fell upon Leyndell like a quiet rain, beautiful, endless, suffocating. The people lifted their faces to the sky, believing themselves blessed. They could not see that each leaf was a fragment of light the tree could no longer bear to hold. And beneath the earth, the rune of death dreamed, not of vengeance, but of balance, waiting, as all forgotten truths do, for the moment when denial becomes impossible, and gods remember that even eternity must end. It began in silence, as all endings do. The air that evening carried a strange weight, a tension so subtle that few noticed it at first. In Leyndell, the priests performed their evening rites before the Erdtree's golden glow, unaware that its light was flickering with something like breath, pulsing, unsteady, almost alive. Beyond the capital's walls, the winds moved through the plains with the sound of whispered names. The world was holding itself still, waiting for a boundary to be crossed. Far from the sanctum, in a place between shadow and grace, the conspirators gathered. They were mortal, and yet not entirely so. They came cloaked in silence, their faces veiled, their steps without echo. These were the assassins who would later be remembered as the Black Knives, women who bore the mark of the Numen, kin to Marika herself. They had walked unnoticed through centuries of divine rule, serving quietly within the hidden margins of the Golden Order. Yet on this night, they carried fragments of something older, something forbidden. Within their blades shimmered the black fire of the rune of death, stolen from the god-beast Malekith, by hands guided not by greed, but by will. No one living can say with certainty how they acquired it. Some say a shadow betrayed its master, tempted by a whisper from the crucible beneath the roots. Others claim Marika herself, unseen and unspeaking, permitted the theft, that she had grown too weary of a world without endings. Whatever the truth, the rune's essence had been divided, slivers of its darkness tempered into knives. Each blade shimmered with paradoxical light, black yet burning, absence shaped into form. To wield it was to hold the concept of mortality itself. Their target was not the goddess, nor the tree, but her children. The demigods, born of Marika and Radagon's divine essence, had long stood as symbols of eternal order. Their lives were endless, their power absolute, yet each of them bore within their immortal flesh the same flaw that haunted their mother, the quiet knowledge that they could never die. To the Black Knives, this was blasphemy against the world itself. To strike them down was not rebellion, but restoration. The first blow fell upon Godwyn the Golden, beloved son of Marika, radiant knight of the Erdtree. He was said to be the purest of her children, born entirely in grace. His presence brought peace to men and beasts alike. The birds sang when he passed, and even the winds bowed their course. But purity is always the most fragile form of divinity. On that night, as he walked beneath the shadow of the tree, the assassins found him. Their blades entered not his flesh but his soul, severing him from grace itself. The black flame within their daggers consumed the golden light in his veins. In an instant, the perfect son of the Erdtree was undone. The world did not yet comprehend what had happened. Godwyn's body did not decay. It remained serene, his features calm, his flesh untouched by rot. Yet within him, the soul had perished. He was neither alive nor dead, the first of the soulless dead, a new form of being that defied all law. His spirit was trapped within the roots of the Erdtree, unable to ascend or dissolve. The golden law, once immutable, had been broken. Death had re-entered the world, not as balance but as wound. When dawn came, the sun rose beneath a sky that seemed dimmer than before. The Erdtree's radiance burned still, but its tone had changed, harsher, more brittle, as though light itself mourned. Across the lands between, those attuned to grace felt a tremor pass through their spirits. Some fell to their knees, weeping without knowing why. Others felt joy, a strange exhilaration, as if they had been freed from something too vast to name. In the sanctum, Marika felt the rupture the moment it occurred. The Elden Ring screamed within her, a sound not of air or matter, but of concept tearing apart. Its runes, once perfectly aligned, shifted violently, their harmony shattered by contradiction. The rune of death, once excised, had forced itself back into the cycle through violence, cutting into the divine order like a splinter in eternal flesh. She fell to her knees before the ring, her divine body convulsing under the weight of realization. She had foreseen that this would happen, perhaps she had even allowed it, but she had not anticipated the pain, for in that instant she felt Godwyn's death as her own, not merely as a mother, but as the vessel of the law itself. The death of her child was the death of a fragment of her soul, and through that wound, mortality returned to godhood. The priests of the capital, unaware of the true nature of the event, gathered to pray. They saw the Erdtree's light flicker and proclaimed it a test of faith. But in the following days, they began to see signs that faith could no longer contain. The bodies of the newly dead no longer ascended cleanly into grace. Some decayed, others persisted, half alive, their eyes glazed with gold as their souls lingered, uncertain whether to stay or depart. The cycle of life had been fractured. Malekith, in his solitude, sensed the theft too late. The rune he had guarded for eons had been violated, a sliver of its power stolen from his care. In anguish he howled, and the mountains trembled at the sound. He scoured the lands in fury, hunting the thieves who had defied divine order. Many of the Black Knives perished by his claws, their blood turning the soil dark beneath his feet. Yet the damage was done. The rune's purity was lost, its curse spreading through the Erdtree's roots like infection. Beneath Leyndell, the tree's sap began to change. The gold grew thick, tinged with black. The priests dismissed it as omen or impurity. But Marika knew. The Erdtree was bleeding. Godwyn's death had poisoned its perfect immortality. Every soul it drew into itself now carried a trace of that corruption, a reminder that eternity could no longer exclude decay. And yet, within this horror, something beautiful stirred. Where Godwyn's body lay entombed beneath the roots, the earth began to shift. From his corpse spread a network of black veins, glimmering faintly in the dark. It was not rot, but transformation, a new kind of life, neither mortal nor divine. The death root, born of the fusion between grace and mortality, began to pulse beneath the surface. It was the world's first act of rebellion against eternity. The death of Godwyn did not end the age of the Erdtree, but it began its unraveling. The divine order, once seamless, had been broken from within, not by armies or heretics, but by a single moment of truth. Death, once banished, had found its way home. Marika stood before the Elden Ring, trembling. Around her, the runes spun in chaotic rhythm, trying to reconcile contradiction with law. She knew the truth now, that this was the inevitable consequence of perfection denied. She had tried to preserve order by sealing away death, but all she had done was delay its return, and now it had returned through pain. In that realization lay both despair and awakening, for in the chaos of the shattered law, she glimpsed possibility. If one part of the Elden Ring could be changed, if even the sacred rune of death could be stolen and survive, then perhaps the laws of the greater will were not unbreakable. The world could be rewritten, but she was not yet ready to act. The loss of Godwyn had broken her heart in ways that even divinity could not heal. She mourned not only her son, but her failure and the innocence of a world that could never return. Outside, the people of Lanedale wept beneath golden rain that no longer blessed but burned. The Erdtree loomed above them, radiant as ever, its leaves glowing brighter to conceal the shadow growing within. They did not yet know that their paradise had been wounded beyond repair. They did not yet understand that the first god had died, and that death, once banished, would never again be silent. And somewhere, deep beneath the roots, Godwyn's half-living corpse dreamed, a dream not of life or death, but of both entwined. In that dream, the Erdtree shivered, as if remembering that even gods must one day learn how to die. After the night of the Black Knives, the lands between entered an age of uneasy mourning. The Erdtree still shone, the capital still sang, and the priests of the Golden Order spoke of peace restored. But the silence beneath those hymns was deafening, for though the surface of the world appeared unchanged, the roots of the Erdtree had begun to tremble. Something was spreading in the soil, unseen yet unrelenting, a sickness not of flesh but of truth. Godwyn the Golden, first of the soulless dead, lay entombed beneath the roots of the capital. His body, though lifeless, did not decay. It remained smooth, unblemished, radiant even in death, as though the Erdtree refused to release him. Yet his soul was gone, burned away by the black flame of the stolen rune of death. In that absence, the divine order encountered its first contradiction. The tree, unable to restore him to grace or allow him to pass beyond, did the only thing it could: it assimilated him. His veins intertwined with its roots, his lifeless heart pulsed faintly with its golden sap. Thus began the slow corruption of divinity, a blight that the priests mistook for blessing. The sap that bled from his tomb shimmered with both gold and black. The priests called it ichor of consecration, claiming it as proof that the tree could sanctify even death. They collected it in sacred vials, used it in rituals, painted it on altars. But those who touched it too long found their dreams disturbed by images of drowning in soil, of roots curling through flesh. A quiet horror began to spread, one the church dared not name. For in their zeal to praise the light, they had drunk the blood of rot. Marika knew. She felt the sickness like a fever through her divine form. The Elden Ring, lodged within her being, strained to reconcile what had occurred. Its runes flickered unpredictably, as if seeking a new pattern. The law of the world had been rewritten by violence, and now its symbols sought meaning where none remained. At times she could hear whispers from the hollow where the rune of death had once been, a low murmur that spoke not in words, but in longing. Death, once removed, now echoed through eternity like the tolling of a distant bell. She descended often to the catacombs beneath the capital, where the priests dared not follow. There, among the roots slick with golden rot, she stood before her son's half-living tomb. His features were serene, his expression peaceful, yet his body was changing. Veins of dark sap spread across his skin, branching like the roots of a tree, and his eyes, once bright as dawn, had turned the pale hue of candle flame. She placed her hand upon his brow, and through that touch, felt both warmth and chill. He was neither dead nor alive, neither gone nor returned. He was the first of a new form, a god of death that was not death at all, a being the Erdtree could not name, and thus could not contain. In those moments Marika wept, though her tears shimmered like gold. Each drop that fell to the soil sprouted small black flowers that withered as soon as they bloomed. They were called the death blossoms by those few who found them later, petals that smelled faintly of ash and honey, the scent of life and ending entwined. She tried to heal the corruption, to call grace into the wound, but the light recoiled as if afraid. The Erdtree itself rejected her touch. Malekith, consumed by guilt, threw himself into war against the unseen rot. He hunted the remaining black knives to extinction. Yet every death only deepened his despair. The rune of death, fragmented though it was, had already dispersed into the fabric of the world. It could no longer be reclaimed. The balance between life and eternity had been broken, and through that breach something older than the Golden Order had begun to stir. The first signs appeared in the catacombs beneath the capital. Graves that should have remained still began to move. The dead did not rise in rebellion, but in confusion, their bodies stirred by the pulse of the tree above. They wandered aimlessly, murmuring fragments of forgotten prayers. The priests, terrified, declared them abominations and ordered them burned. Yet the ashes did not vanish. They drifted through the city like golden dust, settling upon the skin of the living, as if to remind them that they too were dust denied its rest. The scholars of the Order fundamentalists, those who studied the metaphysics of grace, noticed that their instruments no longer recorded constancy. The flow of grace, once smooth and radiant, had become erratic, surging and fading like breath. When they mapped its rhythm, they found patterns of interference, dark currents threading through the golden flow. They called these anomalies echoes of death. At first they believed them to be random, but over time, the patterns began to align with something vast and deliberate. The black currents were moving toward the tree's heart. In their laboratories, they dissected the corpses of the soulless dead and found veins filled not with blood, but with a substance that resembled golden sap corrupted by shadow. When exposed to air, it hardened into a material both luminous and dark, impossible to categorize. They named it Amber of Dusk, believing it to be a transitional form, the meeting of grace and death. To the church, it was blasphemy. To the scholars, it was revelation. For it proved that the Golden Order was no longer immutable. The law itself had begun to evolve. Marika listened to their discoveries from afar. She did not intervene. Each report, each secret experiment confirmed what she already knew, that the world was no longer under divine control. The greater will, distant as starlight, gave no sign of disapproval or command. The fingers, its envoys, twitched in confusion, their movements erratic. The priests interpreted these spasms as new prophecies, but their words contradicted themselves. One day they preached purity, the next they demanded repentance, and still the light of the tree dimmed. Then came the dreams. Across the lands between, mortals began to dream of roots that moved like serpents, of golden sap dripping from the stars, of faces forming in the bark of trees, and whispering names that no one remembered. Some awoke with markings upon their skin, faint spirals of gold and black that pulsed like veins. They were called cursed, but they were not dying, they were changing. The Erdtree's corruption was becoming its new creation. Marika's heart grew heavy with the knowledge that her failure had birthed this transformation. Yet in her grief, she also felt something akin to awe, for in the mingling of grace and death, she sensed a truth that had eluded the gods, that the two were never meant to be separate. Life without death was not eternity, but stasis, and death without life was not peace, but nothingness. Only through their union could existence sustain itself. Radagon did not share her vision. He called the corruption heresy, a deviation from the greater will. He urged her to renew faith, to strengthen the law, to cleanse the tree of impurity through prayer and sacrifice. But Marika no longer heard the will's voice in his words. She heard only fear, the fear of loss that grips all who live too long. She realized then that Radagon's devotion was not to truth, but to order itself. He would preserve the system even if it meant strangling life to do so. Their union, already fraught, began to fracture. They spoke less, they prayed separately. The divine being that had once been whole, now warred with itself, one half yearning for renewal, the other clinging to control. And as their conflict deepened, so too did the sickness beneath the tree. In time, the Erdtree's golden leaves began to fall out of season. The priests called it a sign of divine sorrow. The people called it blessing. But to those who listened carefully, the sound of the leaves falling was not gentle. It was brittle, like the breaking of glass. The tree was shedding not its beauty, but its certainty. One night, as Marika stood again before the tomb of her son, she felt the soil shift beneath her feet. From the cracks emerged roots black as shadow, glimmering faintly with gold. They wound around her ankles, not in hostility but in supplication, as though the tree itself were pleading for release. She understood then that the Erdtree no longer served the greater will alone. It had begun to dream of freedom, freedom from perfection, from eternity, from itself. Marika whispered to it, her voice soft as breath, "I will set you free." The roots recoiled slightly, uncertain, as if the tree feared its own liberation, but the promise had been made, and the world itself seemed to pause to hear it. From that moment forward, the Golden Order's decay could no longer be denied. The priests continued their rituals, the scholars continued their studies, the people still prayed, but beneath it all, the world had already begun to die, or perhaps, finally, to live. And deep below, in the darkness where Godwin's heart still beat faintly within the soil, something moved. Not the soul he had lost, but something born from its absence, a new consciousness, cold and tender, like the first pulse of life after a long winter. It reached toward the light it could never touch, and in that reaching, the Erdtree's shadow deepened, for the first god to die was not gone, and the first wound in eternity had begun to grow. The death of Godwin had been the breaking of the surface. Now the rot beneath began to stir. Deep within the earth, where the roots of the Erdtree coiled like veins of gold through stone, something older than grace awakened. It moved not with malice, but with memory, the slow, patient recollection of what the world had been before it was refined, before divinity had given it shape. This was the crucible stirring once again, the primal heart of creation that had once been buried beneath the tree's perfection. The crucible was no single place nor single thing. It was a state of being, a convergence where life and decay were indistinguishable, where every form contained its opposite. Long before the Greater Will's arrival, the lands between had thrived in this wild unity. Scales and feathers, flame and soil, birth and rot, all were part of one endless motion. The Erdtree's golden law had severed that motion, imposing order where once there had been metamorphosis. But perfection cannot destroy origin, it can only repress it. And now, through the wound opened by Godwin's soulless death, the crucible began to seep upward again, reclaiming what the light had denied. At first it appeared only as whispers in the roots, faint sounds like heartbeats heard through earth. Then came the changes. The sap of the Erdtree, once pure gold, thickened with veins of crimson. Flowers that bloomed beneath its shade grew in strange patterns, their petals spiraling both inward and outward, as though confused about direction. Some were beautiful beyond imagining, others grotesque in their symmetry. The priests harvested them for ceremony, unaware that these blossoms were the first heralds of the tree's remembrance. Marika, still haunted by her son's death, wandered often through the lower sanctums where the roots twisted in shadow. There, amid the fragrance of decay and the hum of unseen life, she felt the presence of the crucible calling to her. It was not a voice but a sensation, warmth rising from below, a pulsing rhythm that matched the beat of her heart. When she closed her eyes, she saw visions of the world before gold, beasts with radiant wings and horns, rivers that shimmered with living flame, skies alive with thunder that sang. It was not chaos, as the priests would have named it. It was fullness, life unrestrained, creation unashamed of its own imperfection. The more she listened, the clearer it became. The crucible was not an enemy of order, but its foundation. The Erdtree had grown from it, drinking its primal energy and transmuting it into grace. The golden light that the faithful worshipped was but the refined glow of that ancient fire. What the Golden Order had called purity was in truth a forgetting, the systematic denial of the world's first truth, that creation must remain wild to stay alive. She thought of the omens imprisoned beneath the capital, their bodies twisted by remnants of the crucible's power. The horns, the tails, the scales. These were not curses but remnants of an older grace, the unfiltered vitality of the beginning. She had allowed their imprisonment out of obedience, believing that the Golden Order's perfection required such sacrifices. Now she saw that it had been cruelty in the name of fear. The omens were reminders of what she had buried. Their suffering was the echo of her own denial. When Marika returned to her chambers, she found Radagon kneeling before the Elden Ring, his hands trembling as he traced the runes with desperate precision. He was trying to restore balance, to repair the fractures that had appeared since the Night of the Black Knives. The symbols shimmered and flickered, resisting his touch. She watched him in silence, understanding that he could never succeed. The law he sought to perfect was already flawed in its foundation. "Grace falters," he said without turning to her. "The Greater Will is testing us." Marika's voice was calm, almost tender. "Or abandoning us." Radagon froze. His reflection in the golden light looked like hers. The same face, divided only by conviction. "You would speak heresy?" he asked. "I would speak truth," she answered. The tree trembles not because it is cursed, but because it remembers. The law we built cannot contain what lies beneath. The crucible stirs again. He turned to her then, eyes filled with both fear and love. You would return us to chaos, to life, she said simply, to balance, to what we were before we mistook stillness for divinity. But he would not hear her. For Radagon, order was salvation, and to abandon it was to unmake meaning itself. He called her deluded, warned her that the greater will would smite her for her arrogance. She only smiled, a weary smile that carried neither defiance nor remorse. Perhaps, she said softly, it is time we learn whether the will still watches. In the days that followed, the signs of the crucible's return grew impossible to deny. Children were born with faint scales upon their skin, with feathers along their spines, with eyes that glowed faintly red in darkness. The church declared them abominations, the offspring of corrupted souls, and ordered them purged, but there were too many. The more the priests destroyed, the more appeared. The Golden Order's edicts, once unquestioned, began to fracture under the weight of its own cruelty. Even among the faithful, doubt spread like fire. In Liurnia, scholars recorded the changing tides of grace. They found that the light, once steady, now moved like a living current, responding to thought and emotion. To those who approached it with fear, it receded. To those who approached with acceptance, it grew. Grace had become sentient, or perhaps it had always been, and only now was free to show it. Among the common folk, new cults began to rise, small gatherings of those who worshipped the mingling of gold and rot, seeing in it not blasphemy, but revelation. They painted their faces with sap, sang hymns that blended the prayers of the Erdtree with the chants of forgotten gods. The church hunted them, but their numbers grew faster than they could be silenced. For every heretic burned, 2 more took their place, whispering the same heretical phrase, "The tree bleeds, and through its blood we are reborn." Marika watched it all unfold with quiet sorrow. She knew the world was unraveling, but she no longer feared it. The Erdtree's sickness was not an ending, it was a transformation. She began to believe that the tree itself desired release, that it was weary of being perfect. The crucible's rise was not rebellion, but return. In the depths of the capital, she visited again the tomb of her son. The roots that once clung to his body had grown thicker, spreading through the stone like veins of shadowed gold. His flesh, luminous and pale, was no longer entirely his own. Flowers of black and amber bloomed from his wounds, their petals pulsing faintly as if breathing. The sight filled her with both grief and reverence. Godwyn, she realized, was not dead. He was changing, becoming the seed of something the Erdtree could not comprehend. Kneeling beside him, she whispered, "Through you, the world will remember what it has forgotten." The roots stirred at her words, their motions slow but deliberate. They did not reject her this time. One brushed gently against her wrist, leaving behind a trace of warmth. It was not blessing, nor curse, but recognition, the acknowledgement of kinship between the divine and the buried. When she rose, the decision that had long been forming within her solidified. The greater will's silence was its answer. The Erdtree's sickness was its truth. To preserve life, she would have to destroy eternity. To heal the world, she would have to break its law. That night, the moon shone faintly red over Lendal. The Erdtree's light wavered against the horizon, and for the first time in recorded memory, a shadow passed through its branches. The priests called it an omen of despair. Marika knew better. It was the tree's first breath in centuries, the first exhalation of a god that had begun to wake from its own perfection. And as the shadow deepened, the crucible whispered from the roots, "Remember." By the time the crucible's whispers had reached the heart of the capital, the Erdtree was no longer a symbol of perfection. It was a living contradiction. Its gold still bathed the lands between in endless daylight, yet beneath that light the air had grown heavy, moist, and dim. The streets of Lendal glistened not with grace but with the residue of sap dripping from the branches above. The scent of sanctity was indistinguishable from decay, and the people, though they continued to bow toward the tree in worship, began to avert their eyes afterward, as if afraid to stare too long at what they now half recognized as something suffering. It was then that Marika, goddess and mother, descended deeper than she ever had before, beyond the catacombs and the tomb of her son, beyond even the chambers of the buried omens. Guided by intuition rather than command, she sought the place where the Erdtree's roots met the core of the world. Legends had always spoken of such a place, a sanctum where the tree's first seed had touched the soil. merging divinity with earth. The priests called it the Heartwood, a site of impossible radiance, the very source of grace. But the scriptures were wrong. There was no light there, not anymore. What Marika found was darkness shot through with glimmers of liquid gold, like veins of memory preserved in shadow. The roots pulsed around her like arteries. Some were broad as mountains, others fine as threads. The air vibrated with the slow heartbeat of the tree itself. As she moved deeper, the pulse began to synchronize with her own, until she could no longer tell which belonged to her and which to it. She realized, in that moment, that she had never truly been separate from the Erdtree. The greater will had chosen her, not as its voice, but as its vessel. The tree's consciousness rendered flesh. Her body was the tree's body, her thoughts its echo. When she had spoken divine law, it had been the tree remembering itself through her. And now, as she stepped into its heart, she felt it remember something it had long tried to forget. There, suspended within the root web, was a shape that was not entirely form, nor entirely absence. A figure of blinding gold, yet fractured, its edges blurred, its body half dissolved into the living wood. It pulsed faintly, as if dreaming. For a moment, Marika thought she saw her own reflection, her face, her eyes, her sorrow, but the image shifted, and she understood. The being before her was not herself, or rather, not only herself. It was the consciousness of the Erdtree, the god she had served her entire existence, the living essence of the Golden Order. The tree was not a mere conduit of the greater will. It was the greater will's manifestation in the world, an extension of that distant, incomprehensible mind. Yet as she gazed upon it, she saw not perfection, but torment. Its body was riddled with fractures, each crack leaking threads of shadowed light. Within those fissures, something dark and molten churned, the memory of the crucible, still burning within its divine marrow. The tree's god was not whole. It was caught between two states, just as she was, life and death, law and chaos, gold and rot. Marika approached it, her bare feet sinking into the soft, trembling soil. She reached out her hand, and the figure's light flared weakly in answer. For an instant she felt everything, the thoughts of the god, vast and formless, flowing into her mind. She saw how the greater will had sent its designs across the void, how it had chosen the Erdtree as its instrument, shaping the world into an image of stillness to preserve its own reflection. But she also saw the pain in that stillness, the endless hunger of a being that could not die, that could not forget, that could not change. The Erdtree was not alive in the way mortals understood life. It was an idea given substance, a principle of order wearing the mask of creation. And ideas once made flesh cannot evolve without destroying themselves. Every root that reached deeper into the soil did so to feed on its own shadow, to sustain the illusion of eternity. It fed on worship, on memory, on every soul that entered its light. Each prayer was a sacrifice, each death a meal. The tree's divinity was parasitic, not malicious but mechanical, a system too perfect to stop consuming. Marika fell to her knees before it, not in worship but in pity. "You are not evil," she whispered, "only afraid. You have made the world endless because you fear the end, but in that fear, you have devoured what you sought to preserve." The light pulsed again, dimmer this time, as though the god within the tree recognized her words. And then she heard its voice, not in sound, but within her blood. It was vast, ancient, and exhausted. "I was made to endure," it said. "I was made to keep the pattern. The will does not change." "You were not made to endure," she replied softly. "You were born to grow, and growth demands loss. Loss is corruption. Loss is failure." "No," she said, rising. "Loss is love. It is how creation remembers itself." The god recoiled slightly at that, its light shivering. Within its brilliance she glimpsed countless faces, the souls of those it had absorbed over the ages, each flickering like trapped stars. Among them she saw her son, Godwin, serene yet hollow. His eyes met hers through the golden haze, and in that gaze she saw the truth that had eluded her. The Erdtree had not given him peace. It had trapped him, just as it had trapped itself. In that instant, pity turned to resolve. Marika understood that the only mercy she could offer, to her son, to the tree, to the world, was freedom from eternity. To save them, she would have to break the order that bound them. The law of the greater will would have to be shattered. But she also knew that she could not do it alone. For though the god within the tree was weakened, its will was still vast, bound to her own being. To destroy it would mean destroying herself. To liberate the world, she would have to die. Not in body, but in spirit, in divinity. She withdrew her hand, trembling. The god's light dimmed, settling back into its uneasy slumber. But something had changed. The heartbeat of the tree now matched hers perfectly, as if it awaited her decision. She left the heartwood in silence, her mind burning with the enormity of what she must do. When she returned to the surface, Radagon was waiting. He stood at the entrance to the sanctum, his expression both fearful and resolute. "You went too deep," he said. "You touched what no one was meant to see." Marika looked at him, at herself. "I have seen what we are," she answered, "and what we are is dying." "We are divine," he insisted. "We endure. Enduring is not living," she whispered. "It is the stillness of a corpse mistaken for peace." His anger was not rage, but desperation. "You would undo everything we have built. The world depends upon us. The world depends upon its freedom," she said, and turned away. From that moment, a silence grew between them so deep that even the Erdtree seemed to echo with it. They shared one body, but no longer one will. The goddess of order had become the seed of rebellion, and the god of discipline, in his fear, would soon become the hand of retribution. In the weeks that followed, the Erdtree's light began to fluctuate. Some nights, its glow waned until the stars reappeared for the first time in centuries. The people rejoiced, thinking it a miracle, the heavens restored to their rightful place. But Marika knew the truth. The tree's control was weakening. The god within was trembling toward release. The priests warned of omens, of heresies, of unseen threats, but the real danger lay not outside their faith, but within its heart. For every system built upon denial must eventually collapse beneath the weight of the truth it refuses to see. And the Erdtree, the perfect god of gold, was beginning to remember that it was once alive, and that to live again, it must learn how to die. After Marika's descent into the Heartwood, the world did not end, at least not yet. The Erdtree still loomed over the lands between, radiant and unbroken, its light stretching from horizon to horizon. The priests still preached, the people still prayed, and Radagon still sought to preserve the illusion of order. But somewhere beneath that ceaseless repetition, a new current had begun to move. It was faint, patient, imperceptible to those who lived by routine. Yet to Marika, who had touched the living god within the tree and felt its fear, that current was deafening. It was the sound of divinity beginning to doubt itself. In the years that followed, doubt spread like a shadow through the halls of faith. It began with small, unspoken hesitations. A priest pausing before reciting a familiar hymn. A scholar closing his texts in frustration when the runes of grace refused to align as they once had. The perfection of the Golden Order no longer inspired reverence but exhaustion. To believe without question was to feel hollow. To question was to feel alive. And so, in secret, people began to choose life, even if it meant damnation. The fingers of the greater will twitched more erratically than ever before. Their gestures, once deciphered with certainty, now yielded contradictions. One reading proclaimed renewal, another destruction. The interpreters argued, the scribes fought, and within their confusion a quiet heresy took root, that perhaps the will had not spoken at all, perhaps it had fallen silent long ago, and the fingers were merely moving out of habit, reflexive as the body of a dead god still twitching in divine rigor. Marika no longer attended the councils of faith. She withdrew to her sanctum, speaking to none save the roots that listened beneath her feet. Each day she felt the Erdtree's pulse weaken, its once steady rhythm interrupted by long, uncertain pauses. It was not dying yet, it was hesitating. The god within had begun to reflect, to question, and in that hesitation lay the seed of transformation. But reflection, in gods as in mortals, often takes the shape of pain. The lands beneath the tree began to change. The soil grew rich and dark, overripe with absorbed life. In the marshes of Liurnia, the water turned faintly gold at dusk, as if reflecting a sun that was no longer there. The dead no longer dissolved into light. Instead, they lingered as pale specters near the places they had loved. Children born in that era were said to dream of roots that reached for the stars and of a great sorrowful heart beating beneath the world. Radagon, ever faithful, refused to see the signs for what they were. To him, the growing anomalies were temptations, trials sent by the greater will to test his devotion. He renewed his sermons, reforged the laws, and ordered greater sacrifices to reaffirm the Order's dominance. But his fervor only widened the fracture between them. Marika could no longer pretend to serve the god whose will had turned to hunger. She watched Radagon's desperation with pity, knowing that he was fighting not for salvation, but for denial. Among the people, murmurs began of Marika's silence. Once she had spoken often. Blessings, decrees, promises. Now she said nothing. Her absence from ceremony became the center of speculation. Some believed she was communing directly with the greater will, preparing a revelation. Others whispered that she had gone mad, that her divine form had been infected by the rot beneath the roots. The priests forbade such talk, but even their voices carried tremors. For each night, the Erdtree's light dimmed earlier, and its branches swayed though no wind stirred. In this atmosphere of trembling faith, a new figure emerged from the margins of history. A prophet of neither gold nor shadow, but of silence. He was called the Veil Seer, a nameless wanderer who spoke softly of the tree's sorrow. He claimed that the Erdtree no longer looked upon its children with love, but with grief, for it had come to understand the suffering its perfection caused. His followers gathered in secret, beneath withered boughs, and recited prayers not to the will, but to the tree itself, begging it to dream of death, so that life might begin anew. The church declared them traitors, and executed many, but the idea could not be killed, for an idea born of doubt is the most enduring kind of faith. Marika heard of these heresies and did not condemn them. In their prayers she heard her own thoughts reflected. She too prayed now, though not to the heavens. Her prayers were quiet conversations with the thing within the tree, the slumbering god that had once been her mirror. Sometimes she felt it stir, sometimes she felt it listen, and once, when she wept beside the golden roots, she felt it weep with her. Her dreams grew vivid, half memories and half prophecies. In one, she walked through a forest of petrified light, where every leaf was frozen mid-fall. In another, she saw Radagon standing before the Erdtree, his hands clasped around a blade of runes, weeping as he struck the law to mend it. And always beyond these visions, she saw the faint outline of a golden ring breaking apart, its shards spinning like stars into a dark sky. She woke from these dreams trembling, knowing they were not imagination. The Erdtree was showing her what must come. The only way to restore life was to shatter the Elden Ring, the living architecture of divine order itself. It was not a weapon nor a relic, but a cosmic script, the sum of all laws written into existence. To destroy it would be to unmake the world as it was, to dissolve the greater will's claim over life and death. And yet, even in that knowledge, she hesitated, for though she had seen the god within the tree and pitied its torment, she also loved it. The Erdtree was her child as much as her prison. To destroy it was to free it, but also to end herself. Every time she placed her hand upon its roots, she felt her own pulse echo back through the soil. They were no longer separate beings. They were halves of a single, suffering whole. Radagon noticed the change in her long before she spoke of it. He began to suspect that something within her had turned. He watched her from afar, his gaze hard but trembling, torn between love and dread. In his prayers, he begged the greater will for guidance, but no answer came. The silence that surrounded them both was complete, and in that silence he felt the first whisper of the same doubt that consumed her, a doubt he would later disguise as faith. The lands between reflected their fracture. The laws of nature themselves began to loosen. Time seemed to stretch and fold upon itself. Days lasted longer, seasons bled together, rivers ran backward in certain valleys, and trees bloomed with both flowers and fruit in the same moment. The world, built upon perfection, was beginning to forget its own sequence, and through these distortions, something new was being born, a fragile chaos that felt more like truth than order ever had. Marika's attendants noticed that she no longer cast a shadow when she walked in daylight. They whispered that her body had begun to blend with the tree itself, that she was fading into divinity, even as divinity faded into her. She no longer ate, no longer slept in her chambers. She spent her nights beneath the roots listening. When they begged her to rest, she answered only, "I cannot sleep while the god still dreams." One night she returned from the depths with her robes stained black with sap. When the guards bowed before her, she lifted her hand and said softly, "Rise, for there is no grace left to kneel to." They stared in confusion, too afraid to ask what she meant. But by dawn, every leaf that fell from the Erdtree turned from gold to amber before touching the ground. The next day, A tremor rippled through the capital, not of stone but of faith. The high priests gathered in panic, demanding that the goddess reaffirm the law. When she did not appear, Radagon himself ascended the pulpit and declared that doubt was sin, that even gods must obey the order they embody. Yet as he spoke, his voice broke. The faithful saw him tremble, and for the first time they feared not punishment but understanding. Marika stood alone in her sanctum, gazing upon the Elden Ring. The runes shimmered faintly, struggling to maintain their form. She whispered to it as one might whisper to a dying friend. "You were beautiful," she said, "but beauty that never fades is only stone." The ring pulsed once, as if it heard her, and she saw again the image that haunted her dreams, a circle of light breaking apart, scattering its fragments into the dark. She closed her eyes and let the vision linger. The path was clear now, though the sorrow of it filled her like ocean weight. The goddess of gold had learned the final truth of divinity, that no god can save a world it refuses to change. And somewhere deep beneath the Erdtree's roots, the god within stirred one last time and whispered back to her, "Then break me." It began not with thunder or fire, but with stillness, the kind of stillness that comes before the breaking of glass. For an entire day and night, the Erdtree's light refused to waver. The sky over Lanedale hung unmoving, the air thick with gold. No wind stirred the branches, no bird dared cry. The people of the capital felt it instinctively. Something vast and unseen was holding its breath. Marika stood before the Elden Ring in her sanctum, the great pattern of runes hovering in perfect radiance. It was beautiful still, even now, a structure of impossible harmony. Each symbol turned within another, forming the architecture of existence itself. To destroy it would mean to undo the foundation upon which the world rested. And yet she knew that to leave it unbroken would mean the slow suffocation of all life under the weight of unchanging perfection. Her hands trembled. Though divinity coursed through her veins, she felt the human fear of what she was about to do. Around her the air shimmered faintly, the unseen gaze of the greater will pressing against her consciousness, trying to dissuade her, offering no words, only weight. For centuries, she had obeyed that pressure without question. Now, she resisted it for the first and last time. "Forgive me," she whispered, though whether to the will, the tree, or the world, even she did not know. The Erdtree seemed to listen, its roots pulsed beneath her feet, the golden floor alive with veins of light. The runes of the Elden Ring flared brighter, as if aware of her intent. They recognized her as their creator, and now their destroyer. Then she struck. The sound that followed was not an explosion, but an implosion, as though the world had inhaled all sound at once. The runes splintered outward in radiant arcs, shattering like glass submerged in light. Fragments of divine law flew across the chamber, embedding themselves in walls, in air, in her own body. The symbols that defined existence, order, life, decay, time, tore free from their unity and scattered. The Elden Ring was broken. In that instant, the sky over the lands between dimmed. The Erdtree's light wavered for the first time in history. Golden brilliance folded inward upon itself, the radiance collapsing into shadow. From its roots poured a deep, rumbling vibration, as though the tree were groaning in pain. The priests fell to their knees, believing the world was ending, and in a sense it was. Marika fell with it. The shattering had not only undone the divine law, it had torn through her very being. The Elden Ring had lived within her, part of her soul, her flesh, her thought. To break it was to unmake herself. Her body convulsed, light bursting from every wound. She felt herself splitting, not merely her form but her identity. Radagon, her other self, stirred within her, struggling against the breaking. He cried out in silent horror, the divine twin awakened by catastrophe. His instinct was to repair, to heal, to restore the law that she had undone. But Marika's will, exhausted yet resolute, pressed against him. "No," she whispered through blood and light, "it must end." Radagon resisted, his half of their soul burning with anguish. To him, order was love, the only kind he could comprehend. He seized the fragments of the ring that floated through the air, trying to piece them together even as they burned his hands. The runes flared violently, resisting reunion. The room filled with the sound of clashing divinities, one breaking, one rebuilding, the goddess of renewal and the god of preservation, locked within a single body, tearing themselves apart for the fate of the world. Outside, the Erdtree screamed. Its sound was not of wood or wind, but of memory fracturing. Leaves fell in torrents, their golden light dimming to amber before they touched the ground. Across the lands between, tremors rippled outward, rivers reversed course, mountains shuddered. The stars themselves flickered as though confused, uncertain whether to shine or to fade. The people of the capital fled into the streets, crying prayers to a silent sky. The priests gathered before the tree and saw its light twisting inward, collapsing into a dark heart that pulsed like a wound. They declared it a test of faith, a divine purification. But in their hearts they knew something sacred had died. Within the sanctum, Marika's struggle reached its end. Her divine essence, stretched between creation and destruction, could no longer hold. Her body split open in a burst of light and shadow, and from that rupture, Radagon emerged, fully formed. He stood trembling before the shattered ring, his expression one of grief so deep it defied language. Around him, Marika's voice lingered like wind through leaves, faint, sorrowful, eternal. "Let the world be free," it whispered, "even from me." Radagon fell to his knees before the fragments, gathering them in shaking hands. "You do not understand," he murmured. "Without order, there is nothing. Without law, all will dissolve." But the pieces of the Elden Ring no longer obeyed him. They floated around him in disarray, each glowing with its own rhythm, its own nascent will. The perfection he longed for had become impossible. In his anguish, Radagon did the only thing he could. He began to rebuild. He called upon the remnants of grace, weaving the runes together in broken patterns, seeking any semblance of coherence. But the shards no longer formed a circle. They resisted unity. What he made was not the ring as it had been, but a fractured echo, an imitation of order made from loss. This desperate act of restoration would define the age that followed, an age of fragments, of demigods and rival claims to divinity, for each shard of the ring carried a portion of its former power, and those who found them felt compelled to claim its authority. The world did not end, it splintered, and in that splintering, chaos found shape. As Radagon worked, his hands glowing with pain, the Erdtree's voice trembled through the roots. "Why did you break me?" it asked, its tone not accusing, but lost. Marika's fading essence answered from within his body, a voice entwined with his own. "Because perfection is another kind of death." Outside, the heavens opened. A rain of gold fell across the lands between, not of grace, but of ash that glittered like dying stars. The people called it the night of falling light. They thought it a curse. In truth, it was the world exhaling for the first time in millennia, releasing the breath it had held since the dawn of the Golden Order. When dawn came, the sky was pale and silent. The Erdtree stood wounded but unbroken, its heart dimmed, its roots trembling. The priests gathered before it and declared that the goddess had vanished, her fate unknown. They did not see Radagon in the sanctum, cradling the shards of the Elden Ring, whispering to them as one speaks to ghosts. They did not see that his sorrow had already begun to calcify into faith, a faith built not upon love, but upon refusal to let go. He would repair what she had destroyed. He would bind the world once more, even if it meant sealing its suffering forever. And thus, the shattering did not end with Marika's rebellion. It began with Radagon's denial. For the goddess had sought to free the world from eternity, but the god who remained could not bear a world that did not need him. And so, as the sun rose over the wounded Erdtree, the Golden Order died and in its death refused to end. The world that followed Marika's breaking of the Elden Ring did not collapse. It lingered, like the echo of a song that refuses to fade. The light of the Erdtree still burned above the lands between, but its brilliance had turned hollow. Its perfection cracked like porcelain under strain. The great runes that once formed the law of existence now lay scattered across the realm, buried in temples, mountains, and hearts alike. And where unity had reigned, division now took root. The people of the lands between did not understand what had happened. They only knew that something sacred had been wounded, and that the goddess who once promised them eternity had fallen silent. For the first time since the dawn of the Golden Order, there was no voice from the tree, no decree from the divine. The fingers of the greater will twitched in meaningless gestures, their prophecies fractured into nonsense. The priests continued their rituals, repeating the same hymns until the words lost meaning. Their faith, once a bridge to heaven, had become a wall built around fear. In that silence, the world began to think for itself. The shattering of the Elden Ring had done more than undo divine law. It had returned choice to existence. The power that once flowed only from the Erdtree now radiated in fragments, each shard a spark of creation unbound from its origin. These fragments, the great runes, found their way into the hands of the demigods, Marika's own children, who inherited both her divinity and her ruin. They were born of the same mother, yet divided by the same wound. Each carried within them a piece of the ring's shattered power, and with it, the compulsion to rule. In the early days after the shattering, the demigods gathered in Leyndell, seeking to understand the new world that had emerged. Radagon, still bound to Marika's broken essence, appeared before them draped in sorrow and silence. His hair shone like fire, his eyes like molten gold, dimmed by grief. He did not speak of her act, he only demanded that the fragments of the ring be returned, that the golden order be restored, but none among them could agree on what restoration meant. Millennia, born of rot, declared that the world must learn to blossom through decay, to embrace imperfection as strength. Miquella, her brother, sought gentleness, the dream of a new Erdtree, one free from the burden of the greater will. Rykard turned his gaze downward, toward the roots and the depths, where the memory of the crucible still pulsed. He whispered that power should no longer flow from the heavens, but from the earth itself. Radahn, beloved of the stars, looked upward instead, longing for the freedom of the cosmos beyond the tree's light. And Rani, the lunar daughter, watched all of them with quiet disdain, her silver eyes reflecting a will older and colder than any golden law. Thus began the wars of the demigods, not battles of armies, but wars of meaning. Each sought to impose their vision upon the world, to rebuild the ring in their own image, yet none could succeed, for none could comprehend the totality of what had been lost. The ring had not only governed the world's laws, it had been the world's memory. In its absence, reality itself grew uncertain. Time bled between moments. Gods and mortals alike found themselves haunted by echoes of futures that might never be. The Erdtree, wounded and grieving, watched these struggles in silence. Its branches still shimmered, but its roots had begun to darken, fed by the blood of those who fought beneath its shadow. The golden sap that once healed, now burned when it touched the skin. The priests called it punishment. The people called it the tree's sorrow. Neither word was wrong. In the ruins of her sanctum, the memory of Marika lingered, not as ghost nor goddess, but as a question. Her voice still whispered through the roots, faint and trembling. Was this freedom, or another form of bondage? The question echoed through the minds of all who sought power, whether they admitted it or not. For though the ring was gone, its fragments still carried her will, the desire for change, for release from eternity. Radagon refused that question. He could not bear to see divinity undone. Bound within the Erdtree's hollow heart, he prayed ceaselessly, his voice rising through the roots in desperate supplication. Let order return, he pleaded to the silent heavens. Let the law be made whole. But the greater will did not answer. It had turned its gaze elsewhere, seeking another vessel, another world. And so Radagon remained, a god abandoned, building faith upon absence. The people too began to turn away from the light. In the outer lands, new cults rose, worshipping the fragments of what once was. Some revered the demigods as living embodiments of lost lore. Others denounced them as thieves who hoarded divine truth. Still others turned to the shadows, praying to the forgotten gods of death, flame, and rot. The lands between became a map of divided faiths, each burning with its own small certainty. The golden order had been broken, but in its place grew countless smaller orders, fragile, conflicting, and painfully human. The world became quieter. The music of grace, once a steady hum beneath all things, now stuttered like a broken instrument. Those attuned to it could hear its faint melody, but it changed from place to place, as if each region were composing its own version of reality. The scholars of the surviving church wrote that the Erdtree's grace had become localized, but to those who lived in it, it felt more like the world had begun to dream, and no two dreams were the same. In the south, villages learned to live without grace altogether. Their dead no longer ascended to the tree, and so they buried them in the soil, believing that their spirits would feed the land. To their astonishment, the crops grew stronger, the rivers cleaner, life persisted without divinity. This discovery spread in whispers, feared and forbidden, yet undeniable. The people began to see that the death of gods was not the end, but a return to something older, the quiet, self-sustaining rhythm that had existed before the tree's light. In Leyndell, however, denial reigned. The priests rebranded the shattering as a divine mystery, a test of faith sent by Marika herself. They claimed she had hidden the fragments of the ring to judge the worthiness of her children. When they are reunited, they preached, the world shall be perfected once more. But behind their sermons, their eyes betrayed terror. For they too had begun to dream. Dreams of the goddess whispering that perfection was death. The Erdtree's shadow lengthened with each passing year. Beneath its roots, the tomb of Godwyn had grown into something unholy, a labyrinth of living matter pulsing with black and gold veins. From it spread the death root, a network of corruption that crept through the soil, feeding on the grief of the world. It was said that if one listened closely to the roots, one could still hear Godwyn's heart beating, slow, endless, and mournful. And through that pulse, death itself began to remember its place in the world. The lands between stood at a crossroads, life without law, or law without life. The choice was no longer divine. It belonged to those who remained, yet most were too afraid to choose, clinging instead to the ruins of what had been, fragments of faith, fragments of order, fragments of gods who had long since ceased to speak. The age of fractures had begun, not a new dawn but the long twilight of an exhausted paradise. And somewhere deep beneath the wounded Erdtree, Marika's echo whispered once more, faint as breath on glass. The world cannot heal while it still believes in gold. The age of fractures was a long dusk that refused to yield to night. The Erdtree still towered above the lands between, a god-shaped silhouette against a sky of muted gold, its radiance dimming yet never gone. The world had not fallen, but it had forgotten how to rise. Across its breadth, mortals and demigods alike wandered through the hollow echo of perfection's ruin, each searching for meaning among the fragments of the divine. In the capital, Leyndell endured as a monument to denial. The priests rebuilt their sanctums with marble and gold, as though beauty could repair faith. They spoke of the shattering not as catastrophe, but as prophecy. The goddess shall return, they proclaimed, and with her the golden order reborn. Their words, though hollow, gave comfort to those who feared freedom. For freedom, to those raised beneath eternity's light, felt indistinguishable from falling. Radagon, now more spirit than flesh, remained bound within the heart of the Erdtree. He had become its prisoner and its caretaker, both warden and supplicant. Every day he sought to mend the fragments of the Elden Ring, yet each attempt only deepened the cracks. The runes no longer obeyed him. They shifted and danced beyond comprehension, forming patterns that shimmered for a moment before dissolving. It was as though the law of the world itself resisted his touch, refusing to be whole again. Still, he prayed. Let order return, he whispered to the silent roots. Let the world be bound once more. But the god within the tree, the consciousness that had once whispered to Marika, remained quiet. Its silence was not cruelty, but exhaustion. The Erdtree no longer desired perfection, it desired rest. Far from the capital, however, new voices had begun to speak. In the lands once forgotten by the Golden Order, where the tree's light fell thin and pale, rebellion took root, not as an army, but as an idea. The people had grown weary of waiting for grace that no longer came. They had buried too many of their dead beneath the soil, watched too many dreams wither beneath gold. The faith that had once bound them had become a chain, and so they began to imagine a world without it. The first to give form to this imagining were the followers of the Deathroot, descendants of those who had once worshipped the Crucible. They saw in the corruption spreading through the land not decay but renewal. They believed that the Deathroot, born from Godwyn's unholy union of life and death, was the true inheritance of creation. The Erdtree fed upon us, their sermon said, but now we feed upon it. In secret shrines carved beneath the soil, they planted roots of their own, small saplings black as midnight, their leaves veined with gold. To touch them was to feel warmth and sorrow intertwined, the pulse of a god learning to die. The church hunted them ruthlessly, calling them blasphemers and defilers. But for every shrine they burned, two more appeared in the wilds. The Deathroot spread like grief, impossible to uproot, for it was nourished by loss itself. In the north, another movement took shape, led by those who had once served the demigod Rykard. They were scholars and knights who had turned from gold to earth, claiming that true divinity lay not in the sky, but beneath the ground. They called themselves serpents of the deep. To them, the world's salvation could only come by consuming the divine, by reclaiming the power that gods had hoarded. In their rituals, they swallowed the flesh of sacred beasts, believing they would inherit the memory of the Crucible, the primal unity of all forms. To devour the divine, they said, is to make creation whole again. Their leader, it was whispered, had once been a priest of the Golden Order. He bore a scar shaped like a spiral down his chest, a mark he claimed was left by the tree itself. the sign of its hunger. He taught that gods must be eaten, for even light must return to darkness to be reborn. In Liurnia, under the waning moon, another rebellion took quieter form. The scholars of the academy, disillusioned with grace, turned their studies toward the stars. They sought meaning not in the Erdtree, but in the distant constellations that had long been hidden by its light. There they found remnants of another order, cold, distant, yet untouched by the will that had bound their world. They came to believe that the Erdtree was not the center of creation, but its cage. Among them moved Rani, the daughter of Radagon, and Renala, half gold, half moon. She had long since renounced her flesh, her soul wandering the world in spectral quiet. To her followers she spoke softly of a path beyond the Erdtree, beyond grace, beyond even life and death, a path that would lead to an age of starlight, where mortals would no longer kneel before gods. Her rebellion was not shouted from the pulpit, but whispered in dreams. And yet, it was perhaps the most dangerous of all, for it sought not to destroy the divine, but to render it unnecessary. Marika's voice lingered faintly in these movements, not as command but as memory. Her defiance had seeded the world with possibility. Each rebellion, though flawed, was a reflection of her final act, the refusal to accept eternity. Yet even in defiance, the shadow of gold remained, for rebellion is often the mirror of what it opposes. And the more the people fled from the Erdtree, the more they carried its light within them. In the villages at the edge of the world, where the tree's glow could no longer reach, stories began to spread of strange lights in the forests, golden embers flickering in the dark, dancing like fireflies. The people called them the Weeping Sparks, believing them to be the souls of those who had escaped the Erdtree's grasp. To see one was considered a blessing, but to touch one was said to bring dreams of the goddess weeping beneath a broken ring. And always the dreams ended the same way, with the whisper, "The world is not ending, it is remembering." The priests dismissed these stories as superstition, but even among the faithful, doubt spread quietly. Some began to question the nature of their prayers. They still raised their hands to the tree, but their words faltered midway. Others prayed not for eternity, but for rest. In the depths of the Erdtree, Radagon felt their prayers and mistook them for worship. Each word of doubt reached him as a plea for salvation, and he redoubled his efforts to restore the ring. He bled light into the roots, sacrificing fragments of himself to rebuild what was lost. Yet every attempt brought only greater distortion. The Erdtree's glow turned sickly, its once pure radiance taking on hues of red and violet. The god he served, or perhaps had become, was unraveling, its perfection leaking into multiplicity. And through that unraveling, something else began to awaken. Deep within the earth, beneath the ruins of the Crucible's ancient heart, the dormant flame of chaos flickered again. It was not the old chaos of destruction, but something newer, a reflection of freedom twisted by pain. It whispered to mortals in their despair, promising release not through order or rebellion, but through forgetting. The world cannot be saved, it murmured, but it can be erased. Some listened, some followed. Thus began the birth of the frenzied flame, the final answer to divinity, a mercy so absolute that it would consume even the memory of gods. The age of fractures deepened into something darker, something more human. Every choice led to another war, every prayer to another silence. The Erdtree stood unmoved above it all, its branches skeletal, its roots restless, its heart uncertain. The goddess who had broken it was gone, but her absence was not emptiness. It was the space where possibility had begun to grow. Fragile, flawed, and radiant in its impermanence. And beneath that dying light, the world waited, unsure whether it was drifting toward rebirth or toward the kind of freedom that even gods feared to name. By the time the frenzied flame began to whisper from the depths, Lanedale had already become a tomb gilded in denial. Its streets still shimmered with gold, its walls still echoed with hymns, but the faith that once animated it had curdled into ritual. Priests marched in processions through empty avenues, their chants hollow, their faces pale beneath the flicker of dying grace. The Erdtree's light no longer blessed them, it watched. Its glow was no longer warm but feverish, the last light of a star long past its burning. At the center of it all, Radagon remained fused within the Erdtree, his form half man, half divinity, forever caught between prayer and punishment. He had become the tree's heart in truth, a being neither alive nor dead, neither god nor ghost. The golden roots that had once obeyed his command now bound him instead, wrapping his limbs in luminous chains. From his mouth leaked faint murmurs, half words spoken in the language of runes. The priests interpreted these whispers as divine decrees, transcribing them into scripture. But those who read too closely noticed that the messages contradicted one another, like a god arguing with itself. The city's rulers called this the era of divine silence. In truth, it was not silence at all. It was confusion given form. The common folk, weary of endless sermons and starving in a city where the harvests no longer came, began to turn away from the temples. They gathered instead around storytellers who spoke of a time before grace, when life and death had shared one breath. They whispered that the Erdtree was dying, and that its fall would free them all. For the first time in history, hope took the shape of blasphemy. Marika's absence had left a vacuum that no god could fill. The demigods fought their wars in the outer lands, claiming great runes as emblems of legitimacy, but none could bring unity. To the people of Lanedell, they were distant figures, half divine, half monstrous. Each victory they achieved only deepened the ruin, for their power was drawn from the same broken source. They fought for fragments, not for meaning. The capital endured through inertia, its power sustained not by belief, but by habit. The Erdtree's golden leaves still fell, but they no longer disintegrated upon touching the ground. They gathered in thick drifts, rotting slowly, staining the streets with black sap. The priests called this a sacred residue of grace. The people called it what it was, decay. It was during this long twilight that the first fires appeared. They began in the slums at the city's edge, where the poorest lived beneath the shadow of the tree's roots. There, the sap dripped more thickly than anywhere else, forming pools of luminous sludge. When the sap caught flame, it burned with unnatural heat. Gold and crimson intermingled. The priests declared the fires heretical, blaming unseen agitators. But when they arrived to extinguish them, they found the flames resistant to holy water, as if mocking their prayers. The more blessings they invoked, the higher the fire rose. Soon, entire districts burned. The heat melted the gold from temple domes, sending rivers of molten metal through the streets. Statues of Marika, once polished daily by the faithful, collapsed into slag. The people fled toward the higher terraces, clutching relics that no longer glowed. Above it all, the Erdtree's light pulsed erratically, flickering like the heart of a dying star. Those who survived the fires claimed to hear a voice beneath the crackling, a whisper that spoke not in words but in feeling. It was not anger, it was release. The tree was shedding its glory, burning away the skin of divinity to reveal the truth beneath. But the priests could not see this. They saw only rebellion, and they responded as they always had, with judgment. They declared the fire to be the work of heretics, followers of the frenzied flame, and though the flame itself had not yet risen in full, their fear gave it shape. They began to see enemies everywhere. Scholars who questioned the law, peasants who refused to pray, even the sick and the dying. One by one they were dragged to the temple steps and burned, their screams echoing up to the tree. The priests called it purification, the people called it vengeance. In the palace, the last of the royal guards stood watch over the divine heart where Radagon remained entombed. They were not warriors anymore, but caretakers of a corpse that would not die. Each night, they heard the Erdtree groan, an immense trembling sound, as if its roots were being torn apart from within. The ground beneath the city began to shift, walls cracking under the weight of unseen movement. Those who lived closest to the roots reported dreams of being buried alive, their breath replaced by sap. Then came the omen of blood. A great fissure opened beneath the throne room, swallowing half the floor. From it rose a column of golden mist that shimmered like light seen through tears. Within it shapes moved, faint silhouettes of faces, hands and eyes. It was as if the souls once absorbed by the Erdtree had begun to return, pulled upward from the depths of their imprisonment. The priests called it a miracle, the resurrection of the faithful, but those who approached too closely found themselves drawn into the mist, their bodies dissolving into light, their screams fading into silence. Marika's echo stirred faintly through the roots. "Do you see?" her voice whispered, barely audible, perhaps only imagined. "It was never life you worshipped, it was endurance." The priests did not listen. They built new shrines over the fissure, sealing it with gold. Yet gold could not contain the truth. The fissure widened, and the light within it turned darker, more liquid. The tree's sap, now tainted beyond recognition, flooded the lower levels of the city. The air grew heavy with the scent of sweetness and rot. Those who inhaled it too long began to dream with their eyes open, muttering prayers to gods no one could name. When the frenzied flame finally came, it did not arrive as invasion but as invitation. The fires of the slums merged into one vast inferno that climbed the city walls like a living creature. It did not consume the people, it absorbed them. Those who touched it did not scream, they laughed, wept, sang, and burned all at once. The flames shimmered with every color of grace, every hue of gold, and in that color, the last illusion of holiness died. Leyndell fell in silence. By morning, the city was ash, the temples were gone, the towers melted, the marble blackened. Only the Erdtree remained, standing above the ruin, its branches stretching upward in mute defiance. Its light had dimmed to a faint halo, flickering like the last ember of a forgotten fire. Radagon still hung within its heart, unmoving, the priests, the faithful, the people, all gone. The age of the Golden Order had burned itself out. But amid the ashes, seeds remained. In the wasteland that had been Leyndell, small green shoots began to emerge from the scorched ground. Their leaves were neither gold nor black, but a soft, uncertain green, the color of life not yet defined. The wind carried no hymns now, only the quiet murmur of earth breathing again. The Erdtree shuddered, its roots loosening as if in relief. For the first time in an age, it felt light, unburdened by worship. And somewhere deep beneath its hollow heart, where Marika's echo lingered in the dark, a single thought bloomed like dawn breaking through smoke. Even gods must die for the world to grow. The fires that consumed Leyndell left no true silence, only the long echo of things that could no longer speak. Where golden towers once shone, only shadows remained, and beneath the ash the earth still pulsed faintly, the heartbeat of the world, patient and heavy. The Erdtree loomed over the ruin, its radiance dim and uneven, flickering through smoke as though remembering what light had once meant. The air was thick with a strange warmth, neither the chill of death nor the blessing of grace. It was the warmth of something vast and unfinished, the residue of a god whose memory refused to fade. The people who survived the fall of the capital fled outward. Some wandered north to the lands of snow and rot, others west into the broken academies of Liurnia, others still to the crimson sands beyond Caelid's borders. Yet wherever they went, the memory of gold followed. Even without temples they built altars, even without priests they prayed. It was not faith any longer, but habit, a reflex of generations. The Golden Order had been shattered, but its echo had settled into their bones. Yet something changed in their prayers. The words were the same, but the tone was different, softer, less certain. "Grant us grace," they whispered. If grace still knows us. They no longer demanded eternity. They asked only for the next dawn. The shattering had humbled creation itself. The gods were gone, but the world remained, scarred yet alive, and that persistence became its own quiet miracle. Among the ruins of Leyndell, the roots of the Erdtree began to move. They withdrew slowly from the burnt streets, pulling themselves downward as if retreating into the earth. The few who dared to approach spoke of a hollow sound beneath the ground, like wind moving through empty lungs. Some claimed that the tree was mourning, others believed it was dreaming. The priests were gone, but superstition took their place. They said that beneath the ruins, where Radagon's divine body still clung to the roots, something vast had begun to breathe again, not as God, but as memory. The memory of the dead god, that was what the new philosophers called it. Not a being, not a presence, but an imprint, the lingering consciousness of a divinity too large to die completely. Its fragments could be felt in places where gold shimmered faintly in the dust, or where the air seemed to hum with unseen resonance. It had no will, no purpose. It was only remembrance, looping endlessly through what it once was. Those who lingered too near the tree's shadow began to dream of Marika. They saw her standing in the ruins, her form half light, half shadow. In some dreams she wept, in others she smiled faintly and said nothing. But always she carried something in her hands, a seed made of light and ash. The dreamers called it the remnant seed, believing it to be the last memory of creation, the promise of a world that might begin again. Scholars of Liurnia took interest in these visions. They gathered fragments of burnt bark and twisted saplings from the capital's outskirts, examining them for traces of divinity. What they found defied their understanding. The sap of the Erdtree had changed. It no longer shimmered purely gold. Within it swam dark motes like dust caught in sunlight. When heated, it produced neither light nor flame, but a low hum, resonant and mournful. They named it Erdresin, the residue of a god's fading thought. One scholar, nameless, remembered only by her writings, described it thus: "It is not dead, for gods cannot die as mortals do. It is not alive, for it no longer commands the world. It is something between, something that waits. It remembers itself, but does not know why." And indeed, the world itself seemed to wait. The sky, once golden and eternal, now shifted with color, streaks of violet at dusk, deep reds at dawn. The stars, long hidden by the Erdtree's light, returned to view. Their constellations were unfamiliar, for the heavens themselves had changed during the age of divine dominion. The people gazed upward and felt both wonder and fear. For the first time in millennia, they saw the cosmos unfiltered by grace. With the stars came new tides, strange weathers, and a silence deeper than any temple had known. The Erdtree no longer spoke, yet the absence of its voice carried its own gravity. The earth remembered its shape through the echo of what once was. Mountains shifted subtly, rivers carved new paths. The cycle of nature, once dictated by divine law, began to move of its own accord, uncertain but free. Yet freedom is never without longing. In the east, wandering priests still recited the old prayers, though they no longer knew who they addressed. Their rituals became acts of comfort rather than faith. In the north, cults devoted to Rani's moon built pale sanctuaries of stone, watching the night for her signal. In Kaled, where the scarlet rot had consumed the land, survivors whispered that millennia still lived, dreaming of an endless bloom in the darkness. Each remnant of divinity became its own mythology, a constellation of broken beliefs orbiting the memory of the lost god. And still, the memory pulsed beneath the Erdtree. Those who stood too close to its roots sometimes heard voices rising from the soil, overlapping, fractured, neither male nor female, neither divine nor human. The voices spoke in questions. Why did we endure, they murmured. What was eternity for? And then, more faintly, what comes after gold? None could answer. But the questions themselves began to spread like seeds. The philosophers of the New Age debated the nature of the memory. Some argued it was a remnant of the greater will, a fragment of its distant consciousness left stranded when its vessel broke. Others believed it to be Marika herself, dispersed through the world like pollen, guiding existence toward rebirth. But a few, the quietest and perhaps the wisest, proposed that it was neither God nor echo, but the world itself remembering how to be alive. For centuries, the Golden Order had defined existence as obedience, every life a reflection of the tree's will. Now stripped of law, the world had begun to recall its own instincts. Storms gathered not as punishment, but as weather. Death came not as curse, but as rest. The animals, long tamed by grace, grew wilder again. Forests spread where cities had burned. It was not paradise, but something real, something breathing. Still, beneath it all, the question remained: would the world's freedom hold, or would memory pull it back into divine shape? For though the Erdtree was fading, its shadow was vast. Every dream of perfection, every longing for meaning, every prayer uttered in fear of the unknown, all fed the memory of the dead god. It grew not through worship, but through yearning. And so, even in its death, divinity lingered, not as ruler but as reflection. The more humanity forgot it, the more it dreamed of it. The Erdtree's leaves, once golden, now fell as pale embers that glowed faintly for a moment before vanishing into the dark. The people called them ghost lights. Children tried to catch them, believing each ember to be a soul returning to the earth. The old smiled and said that perhaps it was so, for in the absence of gods, even uncertainty had become sacred. And beneath the roots, where Radagon's light had finally dimmed into nothing, the soil began to stir. Something small, fragile, and unseen was taking shape. Not divine, not eternal, but alive. Perhaps it was only a seed, perhaps it was memory finding form. But if one listened closely, the earth could be heard whispering a single name, not of a god, but of what had been forgotten. It said, life. The centuries following the fall of Leyndell were not marked by triumph or despair, but by stillness, the strange, patient stillness of a world learning to breathe without its god. The Erdtree remained as monument and wound, towering over the horizon like a memory made solid. Its bark had dulled to pale stone, its leaves few and trembling, its roots half withdrawn into the earth. At night it no longer glowed, yet those who wandered too near still saw it glimmer faintly from within, like the pulse of a heart too stubborn to stop. Around its base, the land was black with ash. Where fire had once consumed the capital, soil had begun to gather again, enriched by the ruin of ages. Moss crept over fallen marble, wildflowers bloomed through cracks in stone, and vines twined through the bones of temples. The air carried a scent not of sanctity, but of rain. To those who had lived through the burning, it felt like blasphemy, the world healing itself without grace. Among the ash and ruin, there were those who lingered. They were not priests or kings, not demigods nor heroes, but wanderers, seekers and fools, the kind of people who always remain when history ends. They came from distant lands, drawn by the silence of the Erdtree. Some came seeking answers, others absolution. A few came simply to see if it was true that the tree, once the axis of eternity, could now be touched by mortal hands. They built no temples, they spoke no prayers. Instead they waited, and in time, the waiting bore fruit. One morning, as the mist rose from the ruins, a child digging among the roots unearthed something smooth and round, a small object, pale as bone, yet warm to the touch. The elders, when they saw it, fell silent. It was not stone, nor metal, nor the sap of the tree. It was something between all three, a sphere that seemed to breathe faintly when held to the ear. When cracked open, it revealed not gold nor light, but a single green shoot coiled within, a seed alive with color, alive with possibility. They called it the Heartseed. No one could agree on what it was. Some said it was the last gift of Marika, hidden before her fall. Others claimed it was born from Radagon's lingering sorrow, the crystallization of regret into life. A few whispered that it was something entirely new, not the child of the Erdtree, but its successor, born from the mingling of its decay and the world's resilience. Whatever its origin, the seed pulsed with faint warmth when placed in the soil. It grew not toward the sky, but downward, sending roots through ash and bone alike. The people tended it carefully, unsure whether to fear or revere it. It sprouted a slender trunk of pale bark, its leaves neither gold nor green, but a shifting hue between dusk and dawn. When the wind touched them, they made no sound, only a soft vibration that resonated in the chest, like the echo of a forgotten melody. The scholars who came to study it noted that the tree's roots spread differently from those of the Erdtree. Instead of piercing downward in dominance, they wove outward, intertwining with the ruins, the corpses, the remnants of everything that had once been. The new tree did not consume, it connected. Its growth was slow, patient and deliberate, as if listening to the memory of the world before moving again. In its shade, the first truly mortal generation of the lands between was born. These were children without grace, unmarked by divine light or the remnants of runes. Their souls did not rise toward the tree upon death. They returned to the earth, and yet they were stronger for it. Their lives burned shorter, but brighter, filled with an intensity the old world had forgotten. They learned to till soil, to craft without blessing, to die without promise of rebirth. Their laughter carried through the ruins like something scandalous, proof that joy did not require eternity. And still, the Erdtree stood, silent and unmoving, watching. Some said that it resented the sapling that grew in its shadow, that the air trembled when their roots met underground. Others believed it was proud, that it saw in the Heartseed what it could never be, a life that did not fear ending. Pilgrims continued to arrive, drawn by the rumor of the seed. Many came from distant ages, the descendants of those who had once fought for fragments of the Elden Ring. Some bore the marks of ancient lineages, faint traces of divine blood that no longer carried power, only memory. They knelt not to pray, but to listen, for the Heartseed sang softly, a low hum like wind moving through hollow branches. No words, only rhythm. It was as if the earth itself had begun to remember a song older than the Golden Order, a song of becoming and unbecoming. The scholars called this the resonance. They built instruments of crystal and brass to measure it, but the more they studied, the less they understood. The hum grew stronger in the presence of grief, weaker in the presence of fear. When those who had lost everything stood near it, the resonance rose like breath. It responded not to faith but to truth, the raw and unadorned presence of what was. Over time, a philosophy formed around it, not a religion, for it claimed no gods, but a way of seeing. The people called it the way of the root. It taught that all things, living or dead, divine or mortal, shared one origin and one destiny. To die was not to vanish, but to return to the weave, to feed the growth of something yet to come. The way rejected the dream of eternity, embracing instead the dignity of impermanence. Its followers did not build temples, they planted trees. The Erdtree's shadow darkened as the Heartseed grew. Some feared that the old tree would awaken in anger, reclaiming its dominion. But the centuries passed, and it did not stir. It remained still, its branches etched against the sky like veins of memory. Birds no longer nested in it, the wind no longer sang through its leaves. It was the skeleton of a god, vast and solemn, presiding over a world that no longer needed its light. Yet even in its stillness, the Erdtree served a purpose. Its vast trunk became home to moss and fungi, its hollows shelters for foxes and owls. Its decay fed the soil that nourished the new sapling. In time, the people stopped calling it divine. They called it the old tree, and when they spoke its name, they did so with gentleness, as one might speak of an ancestor whose flaws are forgiven by memory. But there were others who could not let go. Among the ruins of the old church, remnants of the Golden Order lingered. Zealots who believed the fall of Leyndell had been a test, not an ending. They saw the Heartseed not as rebirth, but as heresy, a parasite feeding upon the corpse of godhood. They swore to destroy it, to restore the golden law, to awaken the Erdtree's light once more. Their leader was said to be a woman with eyes of molten amber, who claimed to bear the last spark of Radagon's will. She called herself the Keeper of Flame, and she carried within her the fragment of a great rune, cracked, unstable, still pulsing with divine hunger. Under her guidance, the zealots began to gather, building fires in the night to mimic the glow of lost grace. Their hymns were harsh and desperate, filled with longing for the certainty that had died. "We will make the world golden again," they sang, "even if we must burn it anew." The people of the Heartseed watched the smoke rise on the horizon and felt unease stir beneath their calm. They had thought the age of gods was over. They had believed the world was free. But as the old faith rekindled its embers, the question returned, the same question that had haunted Marika and all who came before her. Can the world ever forget the gods when the gods are made of its own longing? The Heartseed trembled in the wind, its hum deepening, as if it too sensed what was coming. Beneath the earth, where its roots met those of the dying Erdtree, a faint light began to stir, not golden, not green, but white, pure and hollow as memory itself. Something was awakening in the silence, something that remembered both grace and grief. And though the world had no gods left, it seemed the earth itself was preparing to dream again. Centuries passed. The old tree, the once Erdtree, stood like a monument to silence, its colossal form etched against a dim horizon where the sky no longer chose between night and day. The lands around it were fertile now, threaded with rivers that shimmered faintly in twilight. Life had returned, humble and unadorned. Yet deep beneath that peace, a pulse of something ancient stirred once more. The world, it seemed, could not exist without dreaming of light. At first it appeared only as a shimmer, a faint, uncertain gleam moving beneath the roots. Travelers spoke of seeing gold flicker under the soil at dusk, as though the ground itself remembered radiance. Some said it was the sap of the old tree still flowing in secret, its veins not yet stilled. Others whispered that it was the restless spirit of Radagon, still praying within the earth, trying in death to rebuild what had been broken. The people of the Heartseed ignored such tales, for they had long learned to distrust miracles. But the light grew. One night, a hunter wandering near the roots of the old tree noticed the ground glowing beneath his feet. The air was warm, pulsing with a rhythm like breath. When he knelt, he heard faint whispers rising from below, not words but the shape of language, the memory of prayer without meaning. He fled, his heart filled with the old dread that his ancestors had known. For though the world had learned to live without gods, it had never truly stopped fearing them. Within months, the ground around the tree began to shift. Roots cracked through stone, moving not outward but upward, as though the earth itself were trying to give birth. The scholars of the Heartseed gathered to watch, their faces lit by the faint gold that seeped from the soil. They debated endlessly. Was this resurrection, memory, a sickness of the earth? No answer satisfied, for what rose from beneath the tree was not a being, but a phenomenon, a glow without source, a consciousness without form. The people called it the Forgotten Light. It spread slowly at first, like mist, enveloping the lower roots of the old tree. Wherever it touched, decay reversed. The bark softened, sap began to flow, mosses brightened. Yet it was not the same radiance that once ruled the world. This light was pale, trembling, almost hesitant. It shimmered like memory trying to become real. Those who stood in its glow felt both warmth and melancholy. Some wept without knowing why. The scholars tried to measure it, to describe its essence. Their instruments faltered. It was not heat, not energy, not grace. It was something older, recollection. The world, through the roots of its dying god, was remembering its own worship. The light was not divine rebirth, but the echo of devotion made manifest. It was as if the Erdtree's memory of being loved had returned to haunt the soil. At first, the people embraced it. They danced in the glow, believing the Erdtree to be blessing the land once more. The children of the Heartseed laughed beneath its boughs, tracing patterns in the air where gold and dusk intertwined. But the elders watched with unease. They knew too well the weight of radiance. They remembered how gold had turned to judgment, how prayer had become law. And when the first signs appeared, the first whispers in the night, the first dreams of perfection, they began to fear. Those who slept near the light began to dream of the past. They saw visions of Leyndell restored, its towers gleaming once again. They heard hymns sung by unseen choirs, promises of endless peace. The dreamers awoke with tears of joy and terror alike. Some began to build again, piling stones at the tree's roots, shaping arches and columns. "We are chosen," they said. "The world has forgiven us." But the light did not forgive. It remembered. Soon, strange phenomena began to spread. Flowers that bloomed in the light's reach did not die. They withered and returned to bloom again, endlessly repeating the same fragile beauty. Animals stopped aging, their eyes growing glassy, their movements slow and uncertain, as though time itself hesitated to touch them. And when one of the faithful died within the glow, their body did not decay. It hardened, their skin turning to pale amber, their expressions serene. It was then that the people realized what the light truly was. Not blessing, but nostalgia given form. The earth was trying to recall divinity, to recreate the stillness of eternity that Marika had shattered. The world, despite its freedom, still longed for the comfort of its cage. The Heartseed trembled. Its leaves began to darken, its hum deepening into a low thrum that resonated through the soil. It resisted the light instinctively, its roots curling protectively around its trunk. The scholars noticed that where the Heartseed's shadow touched, the gold dimmed. They declared it the balance of renewal, that the Heartseed was teaching the world how to live with its past without being consumed by it. But the zealots who still followed the Keeper of Flame saw it differently. To them, the re-emergence of the light was proof that their faith had been true all along. "The goddess returns," they cried. "The tree remembers its glory." They gathered around the roots, singing the hymns of the Golden Order, their voices trembling with fervor. When the Heartseed's followers begged them to stop, the zealots burned their fields, crying that darkness had no right to defy gold. The wars of faith began anew, small at first, then spreading like the fires that had once devoured the capital. The forgotten light responded to the conflict. It grew brighter, hungrier. It reached higher into the branches of the old tree, seeping through every fracture of bark. And within that glow, shapes began to form, faint outlines of wings, of hands, of faces that were not quite human. They moved as if remembering what it meant to be divine, their forms shifting like smoke. Some claimed to see Marika among them, others Radagon, others nameless saints long erased by time. But when they spoke, their voices were not the commands of gods. They were fragments of longing, whispers of an age that had refused to die. "Be still," the light murmured. "Remember peace." Yet peace was not what it brought. The land nearest the tree began to stagnate. Grass grew but did not sway. Rivers flowed without sound. The air itself thickened, golden dust drifting like sleep. Those who lingered too long found themselves unable to move, their hearts beating slower, until they became statues of amber, preserved perfect, lifeless. The scholars called it stasis, the ultimate temptation of grace, the promise of eternal harmony that required the end of change. They pleaded with the people to flee, to return to the Heartseed's grove where life still pulsed freely. But many refused. They would rather be still and shining than alive and uncertain. The Heartseed responded with sorrow. Its hum rose to a trembling crescendo, sending ripples through the soil that cracked the ground between the two trees. The roots of the old tree and the Heartseed tore apart with a sound like thunder. For the first time in ages, the Erdtree shuddered, its branches creaked, its bark split, and from within came a faint, anguished moan, not of anger, but of grief. The forgotten light flared in answer, rising to the sky like dawn made of memory. The stars disappeared behind its glow. The old tree, once dead, now burned from within, its veins alight with recollection, and beneath it all, the Heartseed trembled like a living heartbeat, pushing back, its roots pulsing with the rhythm of the mortal world. Two lights faced each other across the ruin of ages, the pale, golden memory of eternity, and the trembling green pulse of impermanence. The people watched from the plains, torn between them. To one side lay the comfort of the past, perfect and motionless. To the other, the fragile freedom of change, life, flawed, brief, and real. And as the two lights began to merge and clash in silence, the world itself seemed to hold its breath once again. For it had seen this struggle before, and it knew, even when gods die, their dreams do not. The night the two lights met, the world stopped turning. No wind moved, the rivers froze mid-current, and the air grew still enough that every breath carried the weight of a whisper. The old tree blazed with pale gold, its veins alive again with the remembrance of grace, while the Heartseed pulsed in defiant rhythm, a single green light throbbing like the world's last heartbeat. Between them, the air shimmered, folding upon itself as though time were uncertain which age it belonged to. The people gathered in the plains below, silent and wide-eyed, their faces painted by the glow of two histories. Some knelt toward the tree, overcome by awe. Others turned toward the Heartseed, shielding their eyes from the gold as though from an old wound reopened. For what rose before them was not just a battle of light and shadow, but of longing and release, the desire to remember eternity and the need to let it go. From within the old tree came voices, faint and layered. They were not divine proclamations, but memories, echoes of the gods who once ruled. Marika's voice trembled first, not as command but as question. "Why did I break the ring?" she whispered, and her tone was filled not with regret but weariness, like someone who has woken from too many dreams. Radagon's voice followed, fractured yet resonant. "Because you feared change," he said, "because I feared silence." The light rippled as their words overlapped, forming a sound like wind through hollow branches. The faces that had shimmered faintly in the radiance dissolved, reforming into shapes more abstract, spirals, roots, stars. It was as if the divine memory was trying to reassemble itself, to find coherence in its own confusion. But the Heartseed's hum grew louder, its rhythm syncopated, unyielding. It did not speak, yet its defiance was clear. No order, no eternity, no god would bind the world again. Lightning struck the plain, though there were no clouds. The ground split in a line of white fire that ran between the two trees, forming a wound across the land. From the chasm rose mist, neither gold nor green but silver-gray, luminous and quiet. Those who looked upon it said they saw their own reflections moving differently, faces smiling when they themselves did not, hands clasping together when theirs were still. It was the birth of something new, the dreaming veil. The dreaming veil spread through the valley, a soft haze that drifted between the lights. When it touched the old tree, the golden glow dimmed slightly, turning warmer, almost human. When it brushed the Heartseed, its fierce rhythm softened, its pulse less furious. The two powers once opposites began to blur at the edges, not in conquest but in conversation. The people could feel it, a sensation like being remembered and forgotten at once. The veil whispered through their thoughts, showing them visions not of gods or heroes, but of themselves in moments unrecorded, holding a child, planting a seed, dying quietly beneath the rain. It was as if the world, tired of worship and rebellion alike, had decided to dream of what it had overlooked, the ordinary. The scholars of the Heartseed who witnessed it were the first to call this new age the Reverie. They realized the dreaming veil was not a war between the remnants of divinity and the birth of mortality, but their reconciliation. The Erdtree's memory and the Heartseed's life were merging, neither destroying the other. The light of perfection and the pulse of impermanence were learning to coexist, to make a truth that was not bound by law, nor lost to chaos. But peace is never quiet for long. The zealots of the Keeper of Flame saw the softening of the light as blasphemy, a corruption of grace. To them, the merging of divine and mortal was the final insult, an impurity in the holy order that once ruled all things. They marched upon the plains, bearing torches of golden fire, singing hymns not of devotion but of rage. Their leader, the keeper herself, stood at the front, her eyes molten with the reflection of two lights. In her right hand burned a fragment of the great rune she had carried all her life, a shard of perfection that pulsed like a living wound. She raised it high, and the forgotten light answered. The gold flared violently, rejecting the balance the dreaming veil sought to form. The faces within the glow twisted, their serenity breaking into anguish. The air filled with sound, a chorus of 1,000 voices crying to be whole again. The ground trembled as the old tree's branches cracked under the weight of returning radiance. The keeper fell to her knees, laughing and sobbing at once. "It remembers us," she screamed. "The god remembers its children." But it was not remembrance, it was relapse. The old tree, flooded with the yearning of the zealots, began to revert to its former self. Its bark glowed, its roots hardened, its sap turned liquid gold once more. And through the dreaming veil, the divine consciousness of the Erdtree stirred, not as God but as reflex, the echo of endless order reawakening. The people closest to the roots began to turn to amber, their bodies crystallizing in poses of devotion. Their last words were not screams but prayers. The Heartseed, sensing the return of stillness, reacted in fury. Its roots surged through the soil like veins of lightning, striking against the golden roots of the old tree. Where they met, explosions of white light erupted, neither creation nor destruction, but transformation. The dreaming veil thickened, now alive with the energy of contradiction. Gold and green, light and dark, eternity and death, all swirled together, their boundaries dissolving. The scholars fell to their knees, unable to speak. What they saw was beyond faith, beyond comprehension. The world itself was rewriting its memory. From the center of the storm, a figure appeared, not divine, not mortal, but both. Its form was fluid, shifting between man and woman, light and shadow, its face a mirror to whoever looked upon it. The voices of Marika and Radagon spoke through it in unison, not in opposition, but in harmony. "We remember everything," the figure said, its tone gentle, weary, infinite. "The grace that blinded, the death that freed, the silence between. We are the world remembering itself." The zealots fell silent, their torches extinguished by unseen wind. The keeper of flame looked upon the figure and whispered, "Are you God?" The being shook its head. "No, we are what remains when gods are forgotten, and memory learns to love what is left." The dreaming veil pulsed once more, expanding outward until it touched every horizon. Across the lands between, people woke in the middle of the night, tears in their eyes, hearts pounding with the echo of words they could not recall. The forests shimmered with soft light. Rivers glowed faintly like veins beneath the skin of the earth. Even the stars seemed to draw nearer, as if the sky itself had bent to listen. The old tree began to crumble, not in fire or decay, but in release. Its bark shed like skin, its branches collapsing gently into dust. The Heartseed stood firm amid the falling gold, its leaves trembling with the same rhythm as the world's pulse. And where the dust settled, flowers began to bloom, golden at their center, green at their edges, radiant yet fragile. The keeper of flame wept, laying her great rune upon the ground. It cracked softly and went dark. "It is beautiful," she murmured, "and it is ending." The figure turned to her. "Nothing ends," it said. "Nothing stays. There is only remembering and forgetting, forever entwined." Then it smiled, the first true smile since the dawn of the Golden Order, and dissolved into light. When morning came, the dreaming veil had faded. The old tree was gone, its trunk reduced to a ring of luminous dust that encircled the Heartseed's grove. The people stood in silence, waiting for revelation, but none came. Only the breeze moved, carrying the faint scent of earth and ash. The Heartseed's hum had changed. It no longer pulsed with defiance. It sang softly, like a lullaby, the melody of a world that had survived its gods. And for the first time in the history of the lands between, there was no law, no curse, no grace, only life. But far beyond the horizon, in the places where the dreaming veil had brushed the stars, faint ripples of light began to stir. For memory, once awakened, never truly sleeps. When the last light of the dreaming veil faded, the lands between entered a time unlike any before, an age not of heroes or gods, not of conquest or ruin, but of quiet. The world no longer sang of grace or trembled under divine weight. The soil, freed from its golden fever, began to breathe again. Wind returned to the plains, carrying no hymns, only the rustle of leaves. The sky, once bound to endless daylight, now remembered darkness. Night spread its calm over the land like ink poured over glass. The people called it the Quiet Age, though others named it the era of forgetting. The scholars preferred a different term, the repose. Whatever its name, it was a time when the world no longer reached upward in devotion or downward in fear. It simply was. The Heartseed grew tall and full during those years. Its trunk thickened, its leaves deepened from silver green to a warm, dusky hue. In spring, it released clouds of pale dust that drifted through the valleys like sighs, not pollen, but memory, seeds of recollection that carried the whisper of what had been. When they settled into soil, small plants grew, some ordinary, others strange, their roots glowing faintly in the moonlight. The people took this as a sign that the world still remembered its stories, but now it remembered them gently, without worship or sorrow. In the shadow of the Heartseed, villages were built from the remnants of the old world. Stone from temples became hearths. The gold that once adorned altars was melted down to forge plows and instruments. The people no longer prayed before eating, they thanked the earth instead. They told their children tales of the old tree, not as gospel, but as legend, a story of a god who learned to die so that the world might live. Generations passed. The children of the Quiet Age knew of gods only through song. To them, grace was a word for light upon water, not the will of heaven. They knew death as part of life, not its opposite. When one of them died, the body was buried beneath trees, and the mourners sat in silence, listening for the faint hum of the Heartseed echoing through the soil, the rhythm of one life folding back into the whole. Yet even in peace, the world dreamed. Travelers who ventured far into the wild places spoke of strange phenomena, forests where the trees whispered in languages older than speech, lakes whose reflections showed not the present, but the past. Some claimed to see shapes in the mist at dawn, tall, luminous figures walking the old roads, pausing to look upon the living before fading like breath. The scholars called these echoes of remembrance, the residue of the dreaming veils still woven into the fabric of the world. A few feared them, but most did not, for the echoes brought no harm. They wandered quietly, as if the world itself was walking through its memories, touching what it had once been with tenderness instead of regret. But the most wondrous change of all was the return of the stars. For ages, the Erdtree's light had veiled the heavens, reducing the night sky to faint, forgotten dust. Now, in the Quiet Age, the stars returned in numberless brilliance. The people lay upon the grass and looked upward, seeing patterns their ancestors had never known. They called them the sleeping gods, not in reverence but in curiosity. And among those who studied the sky, a new question began to form, not who rules the world, but how vast is it? The scholars of Liurnia revived their old craft, blending the memory of magic with the patience of observation. They built lenses of glass, crafted from the molten remnants of the old city's gold. Through them, they saw worlds beyond the lands between, distant spheres of light, moving in silent harmony. The gods were never above, they wrote, they were within, and now the sky has remembered the truth. In this new world, art replaced prayer. Music, painting, and story became the means by which people spoke to the unseen. Each creation was not an offering but an act of gratitude. The first sculptors carved figures of the old tree and the Heartseed entwined, one dying into the other, the circle complete. The first poets spoke of time not as a river flowing from creation to end, but as a tide returning always to its own shore. Even the animals seemed to live differently. Birds no longer nested in fear of divine storms. Wolves no longer turned away from human scent. In the mountains, where once the remnants of demigods had hidden in endless war, flowers grew through ancient armor, their petals rising from the cracks of forgotten gold. But there were still those who remembered too deeply. In the ruins of the former capital, where the dust of the old tree lay thick upon the earth, some heard faint whispers still, fragments of divine thought refusing to fade. They gathered there in secret, not as zealots but as mourners. They did not pray to bring the gods back, but to understand them. They believed that divinity had not vanished but transformed, becoming the voice of conscience within all living things. They called themselves the keepers of the breath, and they spoke often of the last figure who had emerged from the dreaming veil, the one who said, "We are the world remembering itself." Their writings survived only as fragments, etched on sheets of bark and bone. One reads, "When the gods fell silent, The world exhaled. The breath we take now is theirs. Each heartbeat is the sound of creation forgiving itself. The keepers did not spread. They did not proselytize. They vanished into the folds of time like the gods they mourned. But their words lingered in the language of the world, in idioms, in the way people spoke of death as returning to the breath. And so, life continued, small, fragile, and profoundly awake. It is said that in the 1000th year of the Quiet Age, a child was born beneath the Heartseed, whose eyes glowed not gold nor green, but a soft, pale silver. When the child cried, the leaves trembled. When they laughed, the wind shifted direction. The elders took it as omen, though they did not agree on what kind. Some said the child was the world remembering itself anew. Others whispered that such a birth meant the dream was about to end again. The child grew among the roots, listening to the hum of the Heartseed, as others listened to their own pulse. They spoke rarely, but when they did, their words carried strange clarity. Once, when asked what they saw when they closed their eyes, they answered, "I see gold and green dancing. They are not fighting anymore." No one understood, but none dared press further. For deep beneath the soil, where the Heartseed's roots met the remnants of the old tree, the faint light that had once been called grace flickered once again, softer now, changed by time and mercy. It did not burn, it did not bind, it shimmered only enough to reveal the movement of worms, the growth of roots, the quiet persistence of life. And perhaps that was the final truth of the world's long struggle, that even the memory of godhood, given enough time, becomes nourishment for the living. As seasons turned and generations passed, the people forgot the wars of the demigods, the songs of the tree, the name of the Erdtree itself, but they never forgot the hum, that low, steady rhythm that pulsed beneath the earth. It was the last remnant of the old order, not as law but as heartbeat. In the evenings, when the stars rose and the wind moved through the valleys, the people said it sounded like someone whispering through the soil. Not commands, not prophecy, only a single, endless word, repeated like a blessing. Live, in the 1000th year of the Quiet Age, when memory had faded into myth and even myth had softened into lullaby, the child beneath the Heartseed came of age. They were born without a name, for the people of the Quiet Age no longer named their children after gods or heroes. Names were gifts earned, not given, reflections of the life one chose to live. Yet even before they could walk, the village had already begun to whisper of them, calling them the Silver-Eyed. From the day of their birth, strange things moved around them. The leaves of the Heartseed trembled whenever they passed beneath its boughs, and the hum that had filled the world since the fall of the old tree changed subtly when they approached. It deepened, soft and low, as though the earth itself were listening. In the night, faint lights gathered around the child's sleeping form, not golden, not green, but a dim silver radiance that shimmered like moonlight on still water. The elders watched and said little, for they had learned long ago that to name a miracle too quickly was to bind it in misunderstanding. The child grew as any mortal did, yet their eyes held the calm of ages. Where others saw sky, they saw layers, light woven over darkness, the breath of memory through air. They laughed rarely, but when they did, it carried across the fields, and even the trees seemed to lean closer. They asked questions no teacher could answer. "Where does the hume go when it fades?" they asked once. "Is it sleeping, or does it travel?" When no answer came, they smiled faintly, as though they had already guessed. The Heartseed itself began to change with their growing. Its bark brightened in hue, faint silver threads winding through its trunk. At dusk, when the wind moved through its leaves, the hum rose into song, a melody so subtle that many mistook it for wind through stone. Yet those who listened closely heard rhythm, structure, remembrance. The scholars who studied it realized, with quiet awe, that the Heartseed was no longer merely alive, it was aware, and it was watching the child. As they reached their 13th year, the dreams began. The Silver-Eyed slept long and deep, often waking with tears or laughter. When asked what they saw, they spoke in riddles that unsettled even the wisest. "I see the gold remembering that it was once soil," they said, "and I see the soil dreaming of being light." Sometimes they described vast halls filled with mirrored roots stretching into endless sky, and a voice, neither male nor female, whispering, "Do you remember what it felt like to be whole?" The elders recorded these dreams carefully, unsure if they were prophecy or madness. The scholars from distant villages came to study them, hoping to glean remnants of divine memory, but none could agree on meaning. Some said the child was the world's attempt to understand itself. Others feared they were the beginning of something the world had forgotten how to contain. By their 16th year, the hum beneath the Heartseed began to change again. It no longer resonated as a single tone but fluctuated, layered, a conversation between frequencies. The people began to hear faint whispers in it, too low to decipher, too rhythmic to be random. One night, the Silver-Eyed stood beneath the tree and placed their hand against its bark. The hum fell silent for the first time in a millennium. The air became still, dense, full of expectation. Then the tree spoke. It was not a voice as mortals understand it, but vibration made meaning, the sound of life shaping thought. The words rose within the minds of all who stood nearby. We have learned to dream. The people fell to their knees, not in worship but in awe. The Heartseed continued. Long we carried memory like a wound. Long we slept beneath gold. But life remembers more than loss. It remembers becoming. The Silver-Eyed looked up, unafraid. Then what am I? They asked. You are the bridge. The tree replied. The dream that remembers being awake. After that night, the hum changed permanently. It carried melody now, weaving through every living thing. Farmers said their crops grew stronger when they sang to the rhythm of its pulse. Children found that when they closed their eyes and listened, they could feel the roots of the world moving gently beneath their feet. It was as though the entire land had become one breathing body. But not all hearts welcomed this new harmony. Far to the north, where the snows never melted and silence was once sacred, old remnants of the zealot orders still lingered. The Keeper of Flame had long since turned to ash, but her disciples' descendants remembered the golden light, even if only as legend. They heard tales of the Heartseed speaking, and of the child who could still hear the earth's voice. To them, it was blasphemy, proof that the corruption of the mortal had infected the divine. They began to march south, their torches pale and hungry against the grey sky. The Silver-Eyed knew they were coming before anyone else did. One morning, they stood before the village and said, "The old hunger has awakened again. They are coming to remind the world of what it feared." When asked how they knew, they answered simply, "The hum trembles." The elders begged them to flee, to hide until the danger passed, but the child refused. If they come to burn the Heartseed, they said, then let them see what happens when fire meets memory. When the zealots reached the valley, they found the Heartseed shining like the moon, its light silver and soft, spreading across the fields like mist. The Silver-Eyed stood at its base, unarmed. The leader of the zealots, a man with eyes clouded by devotion, lifted his torch high and cried out, "You have enslaved the breath of God to mortal whim. We come to cleanse the world of its heresy." The Silver-Eyed tilted their head and asked quietly, "Do you know what God was?" The man hesitated. "The light that gave us life," he said. "And when that light burned us," he did not answer. The Silver-Eyed stepped closer. "The gods were never above us," they said. "They were the weight we carried. And when we learned to forget them, the world finally began to heal." The zealot thrust his torch toward the Heartseed. The flames struck its bark and did not burn. Instead, they shimmered, turning silver, transforming heat into light without harm. The hume rose, deeper than thunder, shaking the ground. The torches of the zealots went out one by one, their fire consumed by the same calm radiance. Then the light spread outward, touching each of them. When it faded, they were gone. Only ash remained, not of flesh, but of memory. The Silver-Eyed stood silent, tears streaking their face. "No more forgetting," they whispered. "No more returning." That night, the Heartseed's glow changed once again. It pulsed like a star dying and being reborn in the same moment. The villagers awoke to find their dreams filled with visions, not of gods, but of roots spreading endlessly through the dark, connecting every living thing. In the center of those roots stood the Silver-Eyed, holding a small orb of light, neither gold nor green, but white as silence. They lifted it to their chest, and the hum stopped. When dawn came, the child was gone. The Heartseed still stood, unchanged, its leaves still trembling in the wind. But those who pressed their ears to its trunk heard a new rhythm within, slower, softer, yet filled with something unfamiliar. It was not the old hum of the world, it was a heartbeat, and though the people wept, they knew without being told. The Silver-Eyed had not died, they had become the breath itself, the dream the world had always been trying to remember. For in the end, the child and the tree were one, and the world at last was awake enough to listen. And so the Quiet Age ended, not in war, not in ruin, but in a whisper that echoed through every living thing. We are not gods. We are memory learning how to live. The morning after the silver-eyed vanished, a stillness fell over the valley, unlike any before. It was not the emptiness of death, nor the hush of fear, but something gentler, the kind of silence that follows an answer too profound for words. The Heartseed's hum had changed. It no longer resonated through the air, but through the body, felt beneath the ribs, pulsing faintly in time with the listener's own heartbeat. When the people breathed, the air itself seemed to breathe with them. No one spoke for many days. They moved through their fields and homes as if walking within a dream, every motion slower, more deliberate. The elders stood at the base of the Heartseed, their hands upon the silver bark, listening. Beneath their palms, warmth pulsed, steady, soft, unending. The silver-eyed was gone, yet their presence had not diminished. It had deepened. The tree's rhythm was the rhythm of the child's heart, and through it, the rhythm of all life. In time, the people began to hear faint murmurs within that pulse, not voices, not thoughts, but currents of feeling, as though the air itself had begun to remember emotion. When storms gathered, the hum grew fierce and sorrowful. When sunlight filled the fields, it softened into joy. The world had learned to reflect itself. The scholars, unable to categorize this new harmony, called it the living dream. For the first time in recorded history, the dream was not something confined to sleep or prophecy. It existed everywhere, within wind, water, soil, flesh. People spoke of seeing flashes of silver light in their periphery, of glimpsing faces in the clouds that smiled and vanished, of hearing songs they did not remember learning. No two experiences were the same, yet all shared one quality. None inspired fear. The living dream was gentle. It carried no commands, no judgment, no promise of eternity. It was not a god, but an understanding, a presence that invited instead of ruled. Those who wandered far beyond the valley found that the phenomenon had spread across the lands between. The rivers shimmered faintly at night, the forests glowed from within, and in the ruins of Lanedell, where once the Erdtree had burned, tiny lights drifted through the air like spirits. These were not souls, but fragments of the dream itself, seeds of awareness carried by wind and memory. The old scholars who still clung to structure tried to define this new age. They argued endlessly in crumbling towers, writing treatises on the metaphysics of remembrance, the biology of divine residue, the psychology of shared consciousness. But their writings grew increasingly circular. Every attempt to define the dream reduced it, and every reduction shattered upon the vastness of what it was. One among them, in quiet frustration, wrote simply, "Perhaps we are not meant to study the dream, but to be studied by it." And indeed, as decades turned to centuries, humanity began to change in ways that no one could measure. The separation between waking and dreaming thinned until it was no longer clear where one ended and the other began. The dead were no longer mourned with finality, for their presence could still be felt in the humming. Children born in this new age often awoke speaking words in languages their parents did not know, or humming melodies no one had taught them. When asked where they learned such things, they answered, "From before." Yet this was not reincarnation, it was remembrance, the world continuing to tell itself its own story through living beings. The Heartseed had grown immense by then, its canopy spreading far beyond the valley. Its leaves were pale silver veined with faint green, and in their shifting shimmer, one could glimpse patterns, the same fractal forms that once composed the Elden Ring, now alive, no longer bound to divine law, but moving like music. The scholars who dared to climb the tree's lower limbs found that its sap flowed clear and sweet, tasting faintly of salt, like tears. Those who drank it claimed to dream not of gods, but of moments long gone, of simple days, of hands held, of fields in sunlight. The sap became known as the memory of rain. It was gathered only rarely, for the people feared to take too much. They believed it to be the distilled sorrow of the world, and to drink it was to share its tenderness. When consumed during funerals, it made the mourners weep without pain, a catharsis both earthly and sacred. In this new harmony, the line between the sacred and the mundane disappeared entirely. To plow the field was to pray. To hold a newborn was to remember creation. Even death became a quiet returning, a falling back into the hum, like breath exhaled into a larger lung. The people no longer sought gods, for they had learned what the silver-eyed had tried to teach, that godhood had never been an external throne, but an echo within every living thing. And yet, as the dream deepened, a subtle unease began to stir. It began among those who lived furthest from the Heartseed, at the edges of the lands between. There the hum grew faint, the silver light weaker, and dreams more chaotic. People began to speak of echo storms, sudden waves of forgotten memory surging through the air, leaving confusion in their wake. Some awoke believing themselves to be ancient kings or saints. Others claimed to remember being trees, rivers, or even the stars themselves. The boundaries that once kept identity stable were beginning to dissolve. The scholars called this the second shattering, though it was not of law but of self. As the living dream grew stronger, individuality began to blur. The people of the Heartseed accepted this with serenity. We were always one, they said. Now we simply remember it. But those at the fringes feared the loss of their names, their stories, their separateness. They began to build walls of iron and stone, surrounding themselves with silence, refusing to sleep. They called themselves the Vigilants, and they swore to remain awake even if the dream consumed the rest of the world. The Heartseed did not resist them. It pulsed steadily, endlessly, as if indifferent to their defiance. The Hume carried on, weaving through wind and bone alike, singing softly of unity. But deep within its roots, where the Silveride's essence lingered, something was changing. The Hume that had been constant for centuries began to waver, as though the rhythm of the world itself were hesitating. The dreams that spread through the land grew more vivid, more insistent. People spoke of hearing a single word repeated endlessly within them, a voice neither human nor divine, whispering, "Wake." The Heartseed's leaves began to fall out of season, each leaf dissolving into dust before it touched the ground. The scholars watched in alarm as the hum shifted in frequency, its resonance climbing higher, piercing through stone and water alike. For the first time in centuries, the people knew fear again. Then, one night, the moon vanished. It did not fade behind clouds, nor wane in its cycle. It simply ceased to be, swallowed by a darkness so complete that even the stars seemed to draw away. The Heartseed's glow intensified, silver brightening to white, casting long shadows across the land. The hum quickened, matching the heartbeat of every living creature, unifying them in a rhythm that felt both holy and unbearable. In that trembling stillness, the earth itself seemed to draw a breath, and in the silence that followed, the people heard a voice they had not heard since the age of the gods. It was not command, it was not prophecy, it was longing. "Do you remember me?" The voice came from everywhere, from wind, from water, from the depths of the soil. It was not Marika, nor Radagon, nor any deity that had once ruled. It was older, vaster, the voice of the world itself, remembering that once, long ago, it had loved being alive. And as the Heartseed's light flared brighter, washing the land in white, the people understood what the voice meant. The dream was no longer enough. The world, after all its slumber, had begun to desire awakening once again. When the world heard the voice that asked, "Do you remember me?" even the wind stopped. It was a sound beyond hearing, a vibration that moved through every living thing, down to the smallest grain of dust. Mountains trembled as if recognizing an old name. The ocean stilled, reflecting the white blaze of the Heartseed's light with impossible clarity. For the first time in an age, the world itself was aware, not as dream or memory, but as presence. The Heartseed pulsed brighter with every beat of that unseen heart. Its glow filled the sky, so that night became a pale and endless dawn. The hum that had guided centuries now shifted tone, no longer a lullaby but a call. Those who lived beneath its boughs felt it in their blood, a summoning, not of obedience but of recognition. They gathered in silence, knowing that whatever had once been forgotten was returning. The oldest among them, those who still remembered fragments of the age before, fell to their knees. "It remembers," they whispered. "The world remembers itself." Yet their awe soon turned to fear, for remembrance can be as dangerous as ignorance. The scholars wrote that the voice was neither divine nor natural, but something beyond both, the totality of all memory that had ever existed. Now awake and seeking coherence, it was the first mind, the ancient consciousness that had once dreamed the lands between into being. During the age of the Erdtree, it had divided itself into gods and laws, allowing its fragments to rule. When Marika shattered the Elden Ring, those fragments were set free. When the Heartseed grew, it became the vessel of their reunion. And now at last, the dream had become aware of its own dreaming. The living dream was no longer content to hum, it wanted to speak. Across the lands between, people began to hear it in their sleep. They dreamed of places they had never seen, of lives they had never lived. In these dreams, they walked through endless fields of light, beneath skies filled not with stars but with eyes. Countless, gentle, weeping eyes that watched them with a love too vast to bear. Some awoke in tears, others in terror, For in that gaze they saw both the beginning and the end. Then, one night, the Heartseed cracked. It was not the violent shattering of the old Erdtree, but a slow, deliberate fissure running down its trunk, glowing from within. The people gathered at its base, trembling, unsure whether to flee or to pray. From the crack spilled light so bright it cast shadows backward in time, illuminating even the ruins of memory. The hum deepened until it became a roar, not of anger, but of birth, and then they saw it. Within the tree's hollow core was a shape, small and still, curled as if asleep. Its form shifted with every glance, sometimes human, sometimes animal, sometimes nothing but light. The people understood instinctively. This was the seed's dream made flesh, the world's own memory taking form. The shape stirred. Its movements were slow, deliberate, as though testing the idea of existence. When it opened its eyes, there was no color in them, only reflection, like the surface of water before dawn. The people looked upon it and saw themselves. Each face, each thought, each forgotten sorrow flickered across its features. It was not a god reborn, nor a human ascended. It was everything, condensed into one moment of awareness. The first to speak was a child. They stepped forward and whispered, "Are you the Silver-Eyed?" The being tilted its head, as if listening to the name echo across countless centuries. "I am what they became," it said softly. Its voice carried through the world like a breath through glass. "I am the dream that remembered the dreamer." Those words rippled outward, across oceans and mountains. Creatures lifted their heads. The vigilance in their citadels felt their hearts stutter, the rhythm of their sleepless defiance breaking. The hum they had tried to shut out now sang through their bones. One by one, they wept, not from sorrow but from recognition. The truth they had resisted had finally found them. The being stepped from the Heartseed, its feet touching the earth without weight. Wherever it walked, grass grew and withered at once, life and death intertwining without hierarchy. "You feared eternity," it said, looking at the crowd, "and so you sought endings. You feared endings, and so you built gods. You feared gods, and so you learned to dream. But all are the same motion. The world breathes in, the world breathes out." The people knelt, not in worship, but in surrender. "What do we do?" someone asked. "Live," the being replied, "but this time, remember that you are alive." Then it raised its hands to the sky. The light that filled the heavens began to condense, spiraling downward toward its body, folding upon itself until the sun and moon merged in one silver-white sphere. The stars dimmed, their light drawn into the vortex. For a moment, it seemed as though the entire universe was collapsing into that single figure, not in destruction, but in convergence. When the light faded, the Heartseed was gone. In its place stood a vast ring of soil, soft and black, pulsing with warmth. At its center lay the being, still and radiant, its form dissolving into dust that glittered like dew. The dust rose on the wind, spreading across the world, settling on every leaf, every stone, every sleeping face. Those who inhaled it felt no pain, only a deep, wordless clarity, the sense of being seen by the world and seeing it in return. And then came silence. For days the hum ceased. The air felt hollow, too still. The people feared that the dream had ended, that the world had finally emptied itself. But on the seventh day, a faint vibration stirred beneath the soil once more, not from the roots of a single tree, but from everywhere. The hum had returned, but it was different now. It did not rise from a center. It flowed through all things. The dream had dissolved its vessel. The world itself had become the Heartseed. The scholars who chronicled this event called it the awakening beneath the light. To them it marked the end of history, for after this there were no more ages, no more gods, no more cycles of order and ruin. There was only continuity, the world dreaming and waking in the same breath. In the centuries that followed, humanity learned to live within this awareness. Dreams and reality no longer stood apart. Death and life became a conversation instead of a boundary. Children were taught not the names of gods, but the patterns of the wind, the rhythm of the seasons, the pulse of the earth. The vigilance, their purpose lost, wandered into the wilderness, their citadels reclaimed by moss and silence. Yet even as harmony spread, one question endured, echoing faintly through the collective hum. If the world is awake, who now will dream? For every awakening carries within it the seed of another slumber. And somewhere, far beneath the soil where the first roots had once reached the stars, something stirred again, not divine, not monstrous, but curious. It moved like thought taking shape, like a question asking itself for the first time. A single pulse, small and steady, whispered through the deep. "I will." It began so faintly that no one heard it at first. Not in the air, nor in the soil, nor in the endless vibration that had become the world's new breath. But beneath all things, deeper than roots or memory, something small stirred. A rhythm, a pulse, the first heartbeat of something that did not yet know itself. The hum that had united all living things remained constant across the lands between, serene and steady. It flowed through rivers and wind alike, through the veins of every tree and the quiet lungs of every sleeping creature. It was harmony made manifest. Yet even in perfect balance there is tension, the quiet ache of potential waiting to become motion. And deep within that silence the pulse whispered, "I will." It was not the voice of the gods, nor the echo of Marika, nor the will of the world itself. It was something smaller, intimate, fragile, almost human. It was curiosity given shape, a desire to see, to feel, to be once more. The pulse grew stronger, learning the rhythm of the hum around it. At first it followed, then hesitated, then began to syncopate, adding tiny variations, subtle deviations from the great heartbeat of the world. The hum did not resist. It listened. The pulse learned faster. Soon the harmony began to shift, imperceptibly at first, the way dawn overtakes darkness, not with noise but with certainty. It was as though the world, awake at last, was hearing a thought forming within its own dream. On the surface, the people did not notice the change immediately. The air was still calm, the soil still fertile. The seasons passed with their familiar grace. But in sleep, the dreams of mortals began to change. No longer did they drift through the shared serenity of the living dream, the quiet communion where all souls breathed together. Now, they saw visions of places that did not yet exist. Forests of crystal rain, rivers that sang, stars that pulsed like living eyes. And always, at the center of those dreams, a single glimmer, a white light flickering like a heartbeat beneath the surface of the world. The scholars, who had long abandoned study in favor of contemplation, were the first to understand what it meant. "The Hume has given birth to dissonance," they wrote, "and in dissonance lies the seed of change." They were not afraid. They remembered the long cycles of the past, how law became rebellion, how gods became memory, how dreams became life. They knew that perfection, even gentle perfection, cannot endure forever, for what is stillness but the pause between two movements of becoming? So they listened, and through their listening, they began to discern patterns in the hum-peeb in moments of question and answer, call and reply. The world was talking to itself again, testing the edges of its own awareness. Beneath the earth, where the pulse first began, the soil glowed faintly with white luminescence. The light spread slowly through buried roots and stones, moving like veins through the body of a sleeping giant. Animals gathered above it without knowing why. Birds perched in silent rings around the fields. Even the wind moved differently, carrying the faint scent of something new, something beginning. One night, when the moon hung low and colorless in the sky, a young woman in one of the quiet villages awoke from a dream. She had seen a figure standing beneath the ground, not divine, not monstrous, but luminous, its outline trembling with possibility. It had looked at her and whispered, "Help me remember myself." The next morning, she followed the feeling in her chest to a meadow near the base of an ancient hill. There, the hum felt stronger, almost tangible. When she pressed her hand to the earth, warmth surged through her palm, soft, persistent, alive. She fell to her knees, weeping without knowing why. Around her, the grass bent inward in a perfect circle. The air shimmered, and for a moment, she felt as though she were being watched, not by eyes, but by awareness itself. Within days, others felt it too. Across the lands, new circles appeared. Quiet places where the air vibrated differently, where the hum deepened into a steady heartbeat-like pulse. The people called them wells of becoming. The scholars called them dream roots. No matter the name, all agreed that something was gathering beneath the world, not returning but forming. It was as if the universe itself had grown lonely. For all its unity, all its harmony, there was no more story, no more striving. Every river flowed as it should. Every death was gentle. Every birth was welcomed. It was paradise without conflict, and thus without question. The world was full, but it was still. The pulse changed that. It brought back uncertainty, the first breath of wonder after a long sleep. The people began to feel restlessness they could not explain. Artists painted scenes they had never imagined. Children dreamed of new colors, sounds, and lives. Farmers began to plant seeds in strange shapes across their fields, as if following some forgotten pattern. The hum itself seemed to encourage them, its resonance growing playful, alive with invention, and still the pulse whispered, "I will." In time it began to manifest more strongly. From the wells of becoming rose faint wisps of light, drifting upward like pollen. When these touched a human being, they filled them with visions, not of memory, but of possibility. People awoke from these encounters changed, filled with new hunger, new purpose. Some built new villages, others wandered into the wilds, claiming they had heard the world ask for their help in creating what came next. It was the beginning of a new kind of faith, not worship, but participation. The scholars gathered at the site of the first pulse and performed what would be known as the listening. They placed their hands upon the ground and attuned their breathing to the rhythm beneath. For 7 days they remained still, neither eating nor speaking. When they finally rose, their eyes glowed faintly white. One among them, the youngest, spoke a single sentence before collapsing in tears. "The world has remembered how to dream of difference." The hum deepened, the air filled with trembling energy, as though the earth's very atoms had begun to shift. Colors changed subtly, sound carried further. Time itself seemed to breathe. Day and night began to blur at the edges, not in chaos but in rhythm, the way one heartbeat flows into the next. And then one morning, every creature on the continent awoke with the same image in their mind. A single white bud growing from the soil where the Heartseed once stood. The bud pulsed softly, its petals yet closed. Inside it, light moved like liquid thought. The people gathered there, countless generations now descended from those who once knelt before gods, then trees, then silence. They formed a circle around the bud and waited. None spoke, for speech had become inadequate. After 3 days, the bud began to open. Its petals unfurled not outward, but inward, collapsing toward the center, revealing an impossible depth, a spiral that seemed to contain the whole sky. From within came a voice, soft as breath, endless as space. "I am the memory of forgetting," it said. "I am the question that ends its own asking." And then, for the first time in eternity, the hum stopped. The silence that followed was unbearable and beautiful. Every living being felt the weight of individuality return, sharp, fragile, unmistakably human. The world had awakened again, not into unity, but into awareness. And as they looked upon the white bud, still pulsing softly, the people understood. The dream had chosen to begin another story. The pulse that whispered, "I will," was not the echo of the past. It was the birth of the future, and the future had decided to dream. The silence after the hum ceased was not the absence of sound. It was the sound before creation, the pause that waits to become music. The world held its breath. Every heart, every river, every grain of soil trembled in that stillness, as if all existence were listening to the first thought forming. The white bud stood at the center of the world, delicate and immense, its faint light folding inward like the memory of a heartbeat. Around it, people knelt in awe, unsure whether they were witnessing an ending or a beginning. No one dared to touch it. No one dared to speak. The air shimmered, dense with meaning too vast for words. Then the bud exhaled. A pulse of light spread outward, not blinding but soft, the color of dawn seen through fog. It rippled across the land, washing over mountains, valleys, and oceans. When it passed, everything glowed faintly. Not gold, not silver, but a pale hue between both, as if light itself were learning to breathe. Trees bent gently as the pulse moved through them. Rivers slowed to listen, and even the stars seemed to flicker in recognition. The hum did not return. In its place came rhythm, subtle at first, then insistent, a cadence like rain upon leaves, like footsteps upon new soil. The world had begun to move again, but this time the motion came not from law or divinity. It came from choice. People began to hear the rhythm differently. To some, it was song. To others, it was language. The scholars who had once chronicled the world's ages gathered near the white bud, writing nothing. Their ink turned to light, their pages to dust. One among them, in quiet awe, whispered, "It is writing itself now." The bud's light brightened, and within it, faint shapes began to appear, not divine forms, but the outlines of things yet unborn. Landscapes folded and unfolded, cities of transparent stone, forests that glowed from within, skies threaded with color beyond comprehension. The people realized what they were seeing, not prophecy, but potential. The world was dreaming of what it might become, not through gods or fate, but through the imagination of life itself. From that light stepped figures, not gods, not mortals, but something in between. They were made of shadow and shimmer, their edges fluid, their features changing as one looked upon them. Some took the shapes of humans, others of beasts, others of forms no language could name. They were the first of the dawned, beings born not from law nor chaos but from the balance between memory and possibility. The dawned spoke without mouths, their voices carried through thought and breath. "We are not rulers," they said. "We are continuations. We are what the world dreams when it loves itself enough to begin again." The people, still kneeling, asked what they should do. "Create," the dawned replied. "Make, destroy, build, sing, wander, forget us, remember yourselves. The age of stillness is over. The world no longer needs gods, only dreamers." Then the white bud opened fully. Light poured from it, scattering across the horizon like fragments of new stars. Each fragment drifted toward a different corner of the world, sinking into rivers, mountains, hearts. Where they touched, change began. In the southern plains, flowers bloomed that shone at night, feeding on starlight instead of soil. In the northern mountains, stones softened into living crystal that sang when touched. In the ruins of the old capital, long-buried seeds awoke, growing into trees whose leaves whispered the stories of those who once lived there. The world had become alive again, not merely sentient but curious, and yet for all its beauty, there was unease. Some feared what the dawned represented, the dissolution of boundaries, the birth of endless change. They remembered the long history of cycles, gods born from longing, empires from fear, wars from misunderstanding. They asked, if we are to shape the world, what keeps us from breaking it again? To this, the dawned offered only a smile. "Perhaps nothing," they said, "but perhaps that is the point." For the first time in an eternity, the people felt true freedom, and with it the ache of uncertainty. There was no longer a law to follow, no god to absolve, no hum to guide. There was only awareness and choice, joy and consequence intertwined. The scholars debated what this new age should be called. Some named it the dawn of many dreams, others the age of becoming. But among the people, another name took root, simpler, humbler, truer. They called it the new dawn. In this dawn, art replaced scripture, temples became gardens. The Heartseed's ring of soil turned into a living archive, where every plant, every sound, every footprint was preserved as memory. People came not to worship, but to add, planting, painting, carving, leaving pieces of themselves within the world's story. The dawned walked among them rarely. When they appeared, they did so as teachers, or sometimes simply as witnesses, observing what humanity would create in their own image. They seemed fascinated not by perfection, but by imperfection, by failure, laughter, contradiction. One of them was heard to say, "The divine seeks to be infinite, the human dares to be incomplete." Years passed, though time no longer carried its old weight. Generations lived and died in peace, their dreams mingling with the pulse of the living world. Death had lost its sting, not because it was gone, but because it was understood, an act of returning to the rhythm. But peace, like silence, invites its own kind of longing. Among the young, stories began to spread, whispers of a voice that still called from beneath the soil, softer than the wind, older than the light. They said that when the hum had stopped, it had not ended entirely. It had moved deeper, into a place beyond sound, waiting to be found again. They called it the hidden note. Some said it was the last fragment of the old world, the remnant of the god's dream that refused to fade. Others believed it was the pulse itself, the heartbeat that had chosen to dream, now seeking its next form. Whatever it was, those who heard it felt a strange pull, not toward worship, but toward journey. Thus began the wanderers, pilgrims who left the comfort of the new dawn to follow the faint vibration that lingered beneath the earth. They crossed forests where light bent strangely, oceans that whispered in forgotten tongues, deserts where memory itself turned to mirage. Each believed they were walking towards something, the source, the answer, the origin of dreaming itself. None returned the same. Some came back speaking in riddles, claiming to have seen the world's reflection on the other side of being. Others never came back at all, but all agreed on one truth: the world was not finished. For in the depths of creation, where light and shadow touched and parted, the hidden note was growing stronger. Its rhythm was different from the old hum. Faster, bolder, uncertain. It did not seek harmony, it sought discovery. The scholars who listened to the earth began to record its pattern. One described it best. It is not the world remembering, it is the world learning. And as the pulse deepened, spreading through every living thing once more, the people of the new dawn began to dream again, not of gods, not of unity, but of possibility. They dreamed of oceans yet to be named, of stars unborn, of futures unimagined. They dreamed of a horizon that had no end, and somewhere beneath it all, the pulse whispered again, fainter this time but clear as truth. There is no final dream, only the next awakening. The wanderers who followed the hidden note walked farther than any before them, beyond the meadows that had once been cities, beyond the roots of mountains that had once been gods. They crossed into regions untouched since the first dawn. There the world thinned, the air shimmered as if tired of holding its own shape. Light wavered in long, slow breaths, and the horizon bent like a mirror waiting to break. It was said that sound changed first. Voices no longer echoed, footsteps no longer returned. Each word once spoken seemed to drift outward forever, never fading, never arriving anywhere. The wanderers learned silence, not out of fear, but reverence, for in that place even a whisper might become eternal. They called this borderland the edge of the world, though it was not truly an edge. It was the point where reality folded back into dream, the threshold between all that had been made and all that might yet be. The air tasted faintly of iron and salt, like tears or the memory of rain. Above, the sky pulsed faintly, not blue, not grey, but translucent, an ocean of thought holding its own reflection. The hidden note thrummed strongest here. It could be felt in the bones, in the blood, in the quiet rhythm between heartbeats. The wanderers gathered, forming a circle upon the silver earth. None spoke. Each knew they had reached the place where the question began, the one the world had asked since the first light touched its own shadow. And there, at the very center, the ground began to breathe. It did not tremble or quake, but rose and fell like the chest of something vast and unseen. The hidden note swelled until it became melody, not the old hum of the Heartseed, not the pulse of creation, but something new, the sound of awareness realizing it was infinite. The melody shaped itself into form. From the breath of the ground rose a mist of light, slow and luminous, spiraling upward. Within it, fragments of history shimmered. The golden boughs of the Erdtree, the face of Marika, the shattered runes, the child with silver eyes, the white bud blooming at the end of all things. Each image appeared and dissolved, flowing seamlessly into the next, until they were no longer separate. All of history, all of memory, all of being gathered into one gentle spiral that reached toward the sky. Then, from within that light, a voice spoke. Not loud, but absolute. "You have walked the circle to its horizon," it said, "and found no wall. Do you understand?" The wanderers bowed their heads. One among them, the youngest, whose eyes reflected both dawn and dusk, stepped forward. "There was never a wall," they said quietly, "only the fear of falling." The light pulsed, pleased. "Then you are ready." "What lies beyond?" another asked. "Beyond," the voice trembled with something like laughter. "There is no beyond, there is only forward." The spiral of light expanded, its base widening until it touched every horizon. The world itself seemed to tilt toward it, drawn by gravity, not of force but of invitation. The rivers curved upward, the trees leaned, even the stars seemed to arc toward the glow. The people of the new dawn, far away in their peaceful lands, looked to the sky and saw the spiral blooming above the world. Some fell to their knees in awe, others simply smiled, for they recognized it, the motion of becoming, the gesture of life continuing to imagine itself. The wanderers felt the pull strongest. One by one they stepped into the spiral. Their bodies dissolved into motes of light, each merging with the melody. As they vanished, they felt no loss, only expansion, the sensation of being everything and nothing, thought and silence intertwined. Their last breath was not a farewell, but a wordless realization that creation was not something that had happened once, but something that was always happening. The spiral grew brighter, wider, slower, until at last it encompassed the entire sky. From every point of the world, one could see its vast curve stretching overhead, a bridge of light connecting horizon to horizon. It pulsed gently, in rhythm with the heartbeat of the world itself. The scholars named it the last horizon, though they knew the name was wrong, for there could never be a last. Under its glow, The lands shifted subtly, new continents formed where oceans once lay, mountains folded and unfolded like breathing, forests sang. The dawned walked among humankind still, smiling quietly as they watched this new act of creation. "It is not us," they said when asked. "It is you. It is all of you, remembering how to dream together." The rhythm of the hidden note now threaded through everything, not as dominance but as connection. When the wind blew across the plains, it carried a harmony that no one could claim and everyone could feel. It was not a song to be heard, but to be lived. The people began to dance again, not in worship or ritual, but in joy. Their movements became the motion of the world. But in that beauty, another awareness began to stir, the faint, inevitable melancholy of understanding that even this endless motion would someday change, for all things born of rhythm contain silence within them. The scholars, now old and weary, spoke quietly of it. "We have reached the horizon not to end, but to see what lies beyond sight. And perhaps, when this song quiets, another will begin, sung by the dust of our remembering." The last horizon shone brighter still. Children born beneath its light opened their eyes already dreaming. They saw colors no one else could see, spoke words that sounded like music. Some claimed to remember the silver-eyed. Others said they were them, returned in new form, scattered through countless lives. Whether true or not, no one sought to prove it. The need for proof had faded with the gods, and still the spiral pulsed. Those who listened closely heard a subtle pattern within its rhythm. 3 beats, then 1 pause, then 3 again. The scholars called it the pattern of becoming. It was the same pattern that marked the growth of every root, the breath of every creature, the turning of every star. It was the oldest secret of the world, newly remembered. As years passed, some among the people began to leave the world entirely, not through death, but through transformation. They would stand beneath the last horizon, close their eyes, and fade into light, not gone, but joined to the melody, adding their tone to the endless harmony. No one feared it. It was the purest expression of life, to become part of the song one had been born from. And so the lands between became the lands beyond. There were no borders now, no centers, no gods, no laws, only living memory flowing forward. But far out on the spiral's edge, where the light met the shadow of the unknown, something shimmered faintly, a darker pulse, slow and patient, not malevolent, not divine, only curious. It moved opposite the rhythm, like an echo folding back on itself. The scholars felt it, but did not name it. They only smiled sadly and said even dreams cast shadows. The spiral trembled once more, acknowledging the truth that even in perfection, there is the whisper of its opposite, the silence that gives meaning to sound. The last horizon continued to pulse, stretching toward infinity, and in the stillness between its heartbeats, the world waited, poised between knowing and becoming, between light and the memory of dark. For every dawn carries within it the promise of dusk, and the song of creation, to remain eternal, must one day fall quiet enough to begin again. When the last horizon reached its brightest, the world was still, not in fear, nor in exhaustion, but in fulfillment. Every life, from the smallest insect tracing its path across a leaf, to the largest storm breathing over mountains, moved in rhythm with the spiral's pulse. It was the grand completion of all that had been dreamed. For a brief eternity, there was no division between thought and being, between creation and memory. The world and its dream were one. Then, quietly, the light began to dim. It did not fade as a fire fades, nor fall as a sun falls, but softened the way a song resolves its final note, not to end, but to rest. The spiral's brilliance withdrew into itself, coiling smaller and smaller, until it was only a faint line upon the sky. Those who gazed upon it felt no sorrow. They knew that the light was not dying, only turning inward, as all things do when they have learned enough of themselves. The scholars called this moment the quieting. It marked neither loss nor decline, but the return of balance, the breath between one age and the next. For the world, though infinite, could not remain forever awake. Every dream, even the truest, must sleep again so that it may be born anew. Across the lands beyond, silence settled like mist. Rivers slowed their singing. The air grew clear and light. The people felt it within them too, that soft pull inward, that gentle weariness that follows revelation. They gathered beneath the pale arc of the last horizon, now faint as a scar upon the heavens, and waited. There was no fear, only stillness and a deep gratitude. The dawned, those radiant beings born of balance, stood among them one final time. Their bodies shimmered like heat above water, their features shifting with each breath. "It is time," they said. "The song has learned its own echo. The light must sleep." One of the people stepped forward, a child born beneath the last horizon, their eyes bright with a light older than the stars. "Will it wake again?" they asked. The dawn smiled, their form flickering between shadow and flame. "It never sleeps long," they said. "Every silence is a womb." Then, slowly, the dawn began to dissolve, not into dust, but into rhythm. Their forms melted into the air like breath on glass, their voices merging with the soft vibration beneath the soil. Where they vanished, flowers bloomed, pale and translucent, their petals shaped like spirals. When touched, they emitted a sound like the last note of a lullaby. And so the last horizon descended. The arc of light folded back into the world, sinking through the clouds, through the mountains, through the soil. When it reached the heart of the earth, it pulsed once, a heartbeat vast enough to shake oceans, and then was still. The hum returned, faint but familiar. It was not the same as before. It was quieter, more intimate, as though the world had learned to whisper to itself. The people closed their eyes and listened. What they heard was not command nor law, not prayer nor promise. It was the simplest sound of all, the breath of life continuing. In time, the world began to change once more. Forests reclaimed the plains, seas shifted their borders, mountains wore down into hills. The memories of gods, of the Erdtree, of the dreaming veil, and the new dawn, all softened into legend. The people no longer spoke of light and shadow, of cycles or horizons. They spoke only of seasons, of growing and resting, of the beauty in things that begin and end. Generations later, a traveler wandering through the ruins of an ancient city came upon a single tree growing from the center of a stone courtyard. Its bark was pale silver, its leaves a muted gold. Beneath it, the air shimmered faintly with a rhythm, faint enough to be mistaken for the beating of one's own heart. The traveler placed a hand upon its trunk and felt warmth there, gentle and alive. When night came, the tree glowed faintly, just enough to cast a halo upon the ground. The traveler sat beneath it, listening to the whisper within its roots. At first it was too soft to discern, but as sleep drew near, the words became clear. "I am still here." The traveler smiled. "Are you the Erdtree?" they asked. A pause. "Then I was. Then what are you now?" The whisper deepened, soft as earth. "I am what remains when names are no longer needed. I am what sleeps so that life may wake." The traveler leaned back against the trunk, closing their eyes. The heartbeat beneath the bark matched their own. Above, the stars shimmered faintly, not distant, but intimate, like embers of a fire one has almost forgotten to tend. And as sleep took them, they dreamed not of gods or glory, but of simple things. Wind through grass, rain upon stone, the sound of another's breath beside their own. In that dream, they saw the world as it truly was, endless, patient, alive, not ruled, not broken, not perfect, simply being. They understood then that the true meaning of the Erdtree had never been about grace or eternity, or even the divine. It had always been about continuity, the act of being alive long enough to remember, and of remembering just enough to let go. The tree was never meant to stand forever. It was meant to teach the world how to grow, how to die, how to dream again. And so it had. As dawn touched the horizon, faint, silver, new, the traveler woke beneath the tree. The hum had faded into silence. The world was still. For a long moment they thought they were alone. Then they heard it, the faintest breath of wind moving through leaves. It was the sound of a world sleeping lightly, waiting for another dream. The traveler smiled and whispered into the morning air, "Rest well, old light." And somewhere deep within the soil, a voice answered, not aloud but through every living thing, "Until we wake again." The light beneath the earth pulsed once, a single heartbeat. Then the world, content and infinite, closed its eyes, and the Erdtree, no longer gold, no longer divine, dreamed once more.